Honored guests, good morning. We're very happy to be having you in our attendance in our 27th conference and in Desert University conference and virtually and on site. It's entitled The Colonial Hegemony, the Political Economy of Hegemony and Liberation in Palestine. We welcome you all, and regardless of the difficult circumstances, we do still hope that we will meet again in our next annual conference to be all on campus, and that this pandemic will be over throughout the world. The conference will be inaugurated by Dr. Bishara Domani, the new president of Bezat University. Please note that there are some logistic matters related that have been imposed to us by this virtual horizon. Please keep your mics muted at all times until you are allowed to open them. And please, our Zoom participants and followers, please use the raise hand feature, and it's there in the reactions feature, and you can listen to interpretation through selecting English or listen to the original speaker. And interpreters will now send a letter in this, and so the instructions are there posted in the chat. The interpretation will be only through the English channel, even if the speaker is speaking in English. If you wanted to listen to interpretation in Arabic, so you keep on pressing the English channel. As for our participants and attendees in the hall, please commit to the safe instructions and safety measures. Use the sanitizers and keep your masks on. You can receive the interpretation service through the devices that are at the end of the hall. For the coming 2 days, we will work on the political economy of the different shapes that form many pillars in the Palestinian and economy, and the different variants that affect this conflict. And we will listen to many experts in this regard. We will start with Bezat University president, this university that have long strides in development. We welcome Dr. Bishara Domani.
First of all, I object to the organization sitting on higher level. We should be on the same level. Anyway, and also welcome all the speakers. Welcome all those with us and virtually, physically and virtually. I'm really glad that we could make this hybrid arrangement. We tried a lot to prepare ourselves in the last 2 months for the physical education face-to-face at the university, and so far we succeeded, and hopefully we will continue being successful. All our staff are vaccinated, and majority of our students as well, and we are all still working on that. With the leadership of our readiness committee and deputy president for academic affairs, so that we can allow these fresh students enjoy their university education. And everyone wants to enjoy this dear thing, but also the alleys, the relations, the streets, the networking they do. We always try that be there to remain a model for our Palestine. And we are taking this social doctrine seriously between us and our staff and our students and the society and with our people everywhere. I'm really glad to be with you in inaugurating this 27th conference of Muwatin Institute. It's really something that requires discussion. This type of sustainability is rare to find or difficult to find in our institution, especially that while I'm following the Muwatin events and conferences several times. I was a guest here even before I came to the university. There is a good sentence, which is the most important thing, is to notice the number, the 27th conference. This is really something good. The political economy of hegemony and liberation in Palestine. I need to comment on the English one, but allow me to finish the introduction in Arabic, which is needed as part of my duty as president of the university. The visit itself is a cell that works at full swing to not consider the society in its projects, starting with the freedom and social justice. I believe in this context, we are part of the international liberation forces, and there we see ourselves. We try to make, to put it for discussion since the establishment of the Palestinian Studies Institute. The first conference we did there was named the Political Economy and Economy of Politics. Political economy, economy of politics. We found that, especially after 2008 and after the international economic collapse, people started again turning to political economy. And this is something that makes it closer to us to understand these 3 centuries. In fact, this has affected more than any other approach. This approach has affected the development or production of knowledge in the capitalist context. I'm really glad to be re-aware again on this issue. Considering this conference is to study the reasons of this economy, and not only today. So this is an in-depth study, and this is a good step towards achieving the national project in specifications that meet or achieve the Palestinian aspirations and in line with the international liberation movements. And being in BS8, all the world eyes are directed at us. The Palestinian cause is a leading one across the world and in the international liberation agenda. The Muwatin Institute, its importance for me, it takes our causes and issues to the world. As I said before, always the annual Muwatin Institute discusses Arab, local, international issues on international discussion. So it is a tradition that this is a very relevant and connected issue with our thought and issues, and that the university and the society are partners, and that our issues are one, even if our approaches are different. And I'm really glad and for coming back to Birzeit, because this is one of the most important Palestinian institutions, and one of the main reasons that we can hold such a conference. So we welcome all approaches, different approaches. This action is part of the Birzeit model of the relation with the Palestinian society. And here I focus on its wider meaning, as a Palestinian society is not limited only to Palestinian politics, but rather it has all aspects. And as I said, when I came to the university in the reception for me, that I see Birzeit University not as a middle university between Central Mountain, Ramallah, and Nablus, or Palestine University. It is a university for all the Palestinians, wherever they are. One of the most important things that I would like to make sure that you hear it from me, most of the speakers are Birzeit University students, and this is an important thing. The role of Muwatin in showing the local idea production and its international connection is extremely important. So I welcome you all. And I welcome and thank the Heinrich Ball that supports this conference since its first copy. And this is a tradition across 27 years. It really deserves gratitude. Now I need to switch into English unless my time is over. There is time, but I'm just telling the translation.
مترجمين ياخدوا راحتهم. No conference can cover everything. And I would like to, because I will not be here for the whole thing, I will follow it from a distance because I have previous commitments today and tomorrow. Put a few issues on the table that I hope will be useful in the discussion. And these comments are based on the concept paper and on the abstracts, so they may not be related to reality of what will actually be said and discussed, and they may be very much on the minds of everyone here, but that is not apparent necessarily from the concept paper and abstract, so I ask your forgiveness in advance. I would like to point to two issues that I feel would benefit from further discussion based on the title. The title has two parts to it, political economy and Palestine, and I would like to say a few things about both. One of the issues that have become paramount in conferences on political economy in the last 10 years is an interrogation of the concept itself, something that is not apparent in the program. What do we mean by political economy? As I said before, it's an enduring perspective that has been with us since at least 17th, 18th century, and its genealogy is very long and متشعب, and it's complex. What does this concept as it's used today privilege, and what does it elide? What does it hide, and what does it show? And of course, how is it related to the larger question of how indigenous epistemologies have been erased and how our very complex and historically rooted societies have been reduced to the concept of resistance? The binary of trying to deeply understand the colonial nature of Israel and the modes of resistance to it often reduces discussion and reproduce or abridges, I should say, discussion. To a very familiar set of questions. And it would be great if we can get out of the familiar for a second. The second, well, let me just say one more thing about political economy. One reason that people speak of new political economy these days is because of the influence of science and technology studies, of discursive forms of analysis that were the rage in the 70s, 80s, 90s, and into the early 2000s. And so it has expanded from liberal and Marxist frameworks to those that take social history seriously and to discursive formations. And it includes innovative scholarship on a range of topics such as infrastructure, international aid, and the environment. But first and foremost, it returns us to the primary question facing the Palestinians, which is the question of land and demography. Two topics that are not very developed in this conference. Settler-colonial relationship, capitalist development, and capitalist relations. The struggle, land is always very central. And of course, if you leave this room and go to any house, almost any house, in Palestine and listen today, they're talking about land, they're talking about buying, selling, dreaming that they could own a piece of land, building a house, and do relations, loans, banks, and so on. This is the stuff of everyday talk in Palestine. And that's because it's the stuff of everyday talk with any society that's been colonized. The second is the word Palestine. And here in Arabic, Palestine, Palestinian sound the same. What the Palestinian could be the Palestine condition or it could be the Palestinian condition. But in English, there is a difference. One is state-centric and the other is people-centric to a certain extent. This is what I mean by Buzet as it's not a national institution, it's not an institution about a state or driven by state concerns, but one for all people, all Palestinians, regardless of where they are. And this pushes to the foreground a whole set of social questions that are often elided in political discussions, but are, in other words, it expands the meaning of politics. And here, the expansion, I would say, that we have to pay attention to, first is temporal, the expansion of time, understanding what is the place of time in this discussion. There's a lot of scholarship, an incredible amount of scholarship on all the questions that I saw in the abstracts, but they deal with 18th and 19th century Palestine and mandate Palestine. The rise of new classes, sort of a comprador bourgeoisie relationship to international interventions, the question of charitable and non-governmental organizations building institutions in the country, the rise of a kind of a protected class within them, etc. I mean, this is the stuff of 19th and 20th century history, and it's completely absent here. So when we say political economy, we often focus on structures. And when we focus on structures, we have to think about a period of time that is longer than just Oslo. And the idea that every conference has to be limited to a time frame that is Oslo-centric is something that we've been working very hard, at least in the new directions in Palestinian studies, to get away from. The second way of expanding our understanding of Palestine or Palestinian is the question of space. If time is one issue, space is another issue. And here, this is exactly what I mean by for all Palestinians, because most conferences on the Palestinian condition tend to be Ramallah-centric. At most, West Bank-centric. If we're really lucky, Gaza is in the conversation. If we're really, really lucky, then maybe the people inside 48, but hardly ever in the last 20 years anything about more than half of the Palestinian population, which is outside of the boundaries of Palestine. When we say expanding the meaning of politics, besides time and besides space, I mentioned the social question, or the question of critical framing of understanding how power works. And here the issues of gender and race are just as important as the issue of class, the issue of indigeneity and relationship to indigenous struggles is just as important, but even class does not get a lot of attention. When we say about expanding the notion of politics, we have to, I think, look into the issue of the active and passive forces of change. What are the active forces? What are the reactive forces? That is a binary that I'm hoping we can get away from, actually, to begin with. But it's very clear that if we focus on the nature of Israeli colonialism as the starting point for the discussion, we will never get to Palestinian society in a deep way. It's time to put Palestinians at the center of the narrative. Having said all of that, these are the kinds of questions that I might have raised had I been physically present, and how these very important interventions that I read the abstracts of can maybe relate to the questions of space, time, active forces of change, etc. And I thank you for this opportunity to speak in English and at length, without warning you in advance. Thank you.
شكرا دكتور بشارة على هذه الكلمة المعبرة والتي لم تسهى عن أي مفاصل المؤتمر وما يحيط به. منذ إنشاء معهد مواطن في جامعة بيروت، دأبت إدارة المعهد على ترسيخ
The administration of this institute have institutionalized the principles of it and also are enhancing the identity of this work. But at the end, this is a promising journey. I call on Dr. Mudar Kassis, the director of the Institute of Muwatin, to give us his speech. Good morning. I admit that I've been working in business industry for the past 30 years. And I still feel this new feeling that there are challenges and always important challenges arising. The questions are not only, there are fundamental questions to be raised. I've, in Muwatin conferences, I've just tried to work on myself, to self-control. So this conference, annual conference in its 27th edition. We're still in these exceptional circumstances for nearly 2 years. Science has helped us a lot in facing these circumstances by finding vaccines to prevent the disease. But the political economy of prevention compelled us to take our step towards returning to meet and shake hands in a modest and not confident way. It is a relatively small number that we were able to host in a way that has become called face-to-face. Whether it was in person or via the virtual space, we affirm what you know about the loyalty of Muwatin Institute to its audience and to the cause of achieving justice for our people and for all people. And I do hope that the next declaration of this loyalty be in our next annual conference at a celebration of full face-to-face conference. Moving to the topic of the conference, I will briefly address a topic that I did not find in the summaries of the interventions. And Shara even did not tackle. It's the political economy of knowledge production. But I have at the outset a short introduction regarding the significance of choosing the title of conference, The Political Economy of Hegemony and Liberation in Palestine. The first thing is that the goal of the political economy approach, as Dr. Shara has mentioned, is to broaden our view of our emancipatory cause and not limited to one field of knowledge. This is one of the main significances. It's not economy, it's not social science, it's human political economy. Means, and here I'm quoting Marx, it says, the real relations of production in the bourgeois society, unlike vulgar economy, which is concerned with appearances and loan. And these could be called like the phenomena what are seen, and the political economy goes into depth. What is meant here is the relations between people who are engaged in social production that are not limited, which is not limited to the production of goods or material production. What we care about is the real relations that produce freedom or production, which include material production and the production of knowledge and the production of revolution as well. All of these processes are interconnected, and the production of liberation knowledge cannot be expected under the new liberal institution. Just as it's not possible to produce freedom in prison, nor can it be hoped to produce revolution through stock speculation and boycott of Israeli goods. This production that is liberating knowledge is possible through the production of consciousness, energy, and the tools necessary for it. This in turn requires an appropriate methodology, which brings me to the second thing that I want to point out, which is the necessity to start from the criticism of political economy and not from what is known as classical political economy. The dilemma that prompted Marx to write his contribution to the critique of political economy and to incorporate it in the beginnings of the Capital was that the theorists of classical political economy viewed the capitalist system, and I quote Marx again, as the absolute ultimate form of social production rather than it is a transit stage of its development. This methodological dilemma is repeated in the prevailing view of the Palestinian issue these days, which sees colonialism as an eternal reality and discusses the Palestinian case from the perspective of the relationship with the colonialism and the conflict with it, and not from the perspective of overcoming it. This dilemma reminds us of the famous saying, which in its form that Marcuse reversed, history repeats itself twice, the first time as a comedy and the second as a tragedy. The tragedy in the Palestinian case is the Palestinian lies in the absence of liberation strategy from political practice and the sufficiency of a huge number of diverse political texts emanating from different perceptions. Tactical actions cannot leave the arena from which it originates. Its conditions emanate from it, and the arena in which we live in the arena of colonialism, and therefore no action or a tactical position can bypass it. As for the strategy, is a plan to move to another arena, and this is what we lack. This is what we've done in the past 3 decades. So we did not go out and we did not seek to get out of this arena. In the framework of Oslo, we sought to improve the conditions of living under colonialism. In the context of rejecting the Oslo process, we sought within other tools to improve the balance in the power relations between us and the colonialism, and ended up calling for minimal living conditions. I will not go into discussion of the failure of the two endeavors or their success. because success does not lead us to freedom nor to dignity, because its tactical ceiling it is staying in the arena to hunt and create opportunities for maneuvering in the same colonial arena. The first case, we joined the alliance of Arab regime. In the second, the alliance of Islamic regimes. Recently, some voices have called us for an alliance with China. But in both cases, there is no project of joining the forces of freedom in the world. Those forces that wish to transcend the current world order and not improve their living conditions in it. These are not natural choices, especially since our history is replete with other experiences. We know how to be part, or even an emancipatory model that kept us away from this path, another path, opposite to the path of the revolution. Liberal forces have a strategy to get out of the clutches on the current world war order. They're trying to get out of the ring, realizing that this system is designed to undermine the living conditions of the vast majority, the majority of 99%, and the chances of getting into 1% are the same as the chances of winning the lottery, which are much less than 1%, because the seats here in a world of the narrow wealth are reserved, and you have to wrestle with their owners while there is no struggle to join 99%. There's just a competition for a living that seems perfectly normal under the prevailing ideology. If some competitors feel like they are like the 1% in terms of being entrepreneurs rather than creators or innovators and who have the to discover ways of living without the means. They call this creativity in the longing of the mirage. It has many names among them. Creative thinking, unconventional thinking, critical thinking, thinking out of the box. However, it is clear in actual practice that this box is the revolution, is the freedom, and it is the dignity of Palestinian society as for out of the box. It's the market, it's individuality, it's the competition instead of cooperation, and which is the fulfillment of the requirements and of the new model and the commodification of the self instead of realizing it. Unfortunately, this type of creativity has become common in the knowledge of production of institutions, which have become captive to concepts such as the knowledge economy that seems to be summed up in the economy in knowledge. That is ignorance. These institutions have become like the bearer of arms who believe in the arms to protect them, but they spend the life protecting those arms. When universities believe that money is what guarantees their survival, the search for money becomes their preoccupation. This situation is not caused by lack of knowledge or misunderstanding, but by a combination of seemingly inevitable factors that push us to tactical solutions and to manage crises rather than overcoming them, because we look at the mechanisms of living in them rather than seeking to change them. It is not a case of lack of knowledge, but rather a case of innate action. And inaction here is precisely the reluctance to think critically and the reluctance to leave the neoliberal box instead of staying in the box or of higher human values. The reluctance also lies in the reluctance to search for an alternative to the current situation and not to do a search for the best ways to coexist with this situation, because it is not possible to imagine the continuation of this status quo. What contributes to creating the strengthening and strengthening this in action is the policy of containing knowledge producing institutions, which has succeeded to a large extent, but still has not changed the genes of these institutions. And it is not too late to struggle against and abolish these policies. And this is for sure, because it's not absolute. And how does a containment work? We academics and those working in knowledge producing institutions, we have a longer period of time before joining the 99%, and that we are more qualified to compete for the lottery. We feel this, or rather we just have the mirage, even though our qualifications itself qualifies us to realize the narrowness of these opportunities and the contradiction with more requirements. However, there is a political economy of academic institutions and the system that surrounds it, and it works magic on us in these academic institutions. This contains two components. The first is the society that needs productive knowledge in order to improve life, including freedom, happiness, and the preservation of dignity. But there are within this society the 1% who seek to acquire the wealth of society and find in the environment and structure of knowledge production a tool that they harness with this acquisition. Seeking to change reality is a tool, and on the other hand, those invite to search our own angle and to push toward changing the situation, and the other that calls on us to find a special way that is related to us, and it pushes us towards creating this knowledge that makes it more and would create a framework for the homogenizing the creativity, and it's clear in what is called compliance. And then how can we, and it pushes toward changing it, but it's also prides of strengthening the system of compliance and the like. This is the reality of knowledge production institutions globally, and Palestine is no exception. The few who benefit from this situation possess many tools and ingredients to defend their survival. But the first lesson that we learn from political economy is that there is no use of any tool without its operator. And these operators are us, who possess the various means to determine the effectiveness of these tools. But the will is conditional with knowledge. And thus, one of the main keys to the process of liberation from hegemony lies in what we produce here in the university. It is capable of producing emancipatory knowledge if it's managed to maintain its independence and persistently maintains its compass that is directed towards freedom, justice, and equality, and towards the best interest of the society rather than the interests of the dominating forces in it and on it, towards changing reality rather than maneuvering to perpetuate it. The political economy is the study of the real relationships between people regarding things in order to raise the status of man and preserve the dignity. And the policy of higher education must be redirected towards the economy of freedom. It's an economy that does not intersect with the goals of slogans of freedom of the market. Even if the latter is of great importance, as its advocates claim, it should not occur at the expense of those for whom the market was created. And we should assign. So it's either that it would as a study that's strengthening and reproducing the hegemonic relations, or at breaking the hegemonic relations. So the critique of first starting from the inevitability of abolishing the system of hegemony. The sections of this conference will discuss the patterns of hegemony and their motives among the colonial powers, direct and indirect, far and near, including the hegemonic forces and their tools among Palestinians. The sessions will also touch upon the liberation actions in Palestine and in the world, and will not overlook the hegemonic forces that operate in the backyard of those seeking liberation, or what's known as the counter-revolution. Allow me to welcome you as speakers in this conference, participants in its discussions, and observers of its work. I begin by welcoming our guests from outside the Arab world, outside Palestine, outside the University, and from within it, all the way to the team of Muwatin Institute and the fellow colleagues in the different units who have worked hard to make this conference a success under not easy circumstances. I'm pleased to extend my thanks to Heinrich Böll Foundation in Palestine and Jordan and their team, which with whom Muwatin Institute has a close relationship that spans more years than the history of Muwatin annual conferences, which they amount to 27 years. I would like to mention in particular on behalf of my colleagues our sincere gratitude to those who did not hesitate to accept the invitation to this participate the work of this conference because they feel that the contribution is a declaration of solidarity of a human nature, including Yanis Varoufakis, who we hope will accept our condolences. He will be absent from this session to participate in father's funeral, and we will give floor and I hope it will become the tradition. It will be an open Q&A session with the president of the University. He has agreed to this, and he feels like very enthused about it. And this solidarity that makes us believe that the hope of smiling world on solid foundations. As for us in the Muwatin Institute, even in the days of despondency and months of griefness that have passed us as well as others in the past 2 years, we have our share in achievement and progress. During the pandemic, the Institute issued a number of publications about political corruption, reconsidering the concept, which was by Dr. It was edited by Dr. Jurayri. So this is the first, of course, the Palestinian Liberal ABCs. It's a new encyclopedic lexicon, a dictionary of concepts that constitute the intellectual tools of the Palestinian Liberation Project, and enabled it to contribute to the conceptual debate about liberation, justice, and freedom. In conclusion, I would like to note that we realize that our coffee is served only to the new elite of vaccinated recipients who are present in front of us. With us and what consoles us is that an effort that's not little that they can overturn the political economy of health protection by turning the elite into a commoner, not only by increasing the number of those who receive their vaccination among Palestinians only, but also by thinking about others before we accept the booster dose. And millions in the world have not taken the first dose yet. I renew my welcome to you all, whether you were in the conference hall or in front of a screen. You are in both cases in your home. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Madar. Yes, it is a rich conference that discusses issues that can outline the road to the future, gateway to the future, and contribute to achieving justice, freedom. And all these are international issues, but the Palestinian dimension of these issues is of a great importance because the suffering in Palestine is much greater, and the liberation in Palestine is a model for the world to follow. We were looking forward to listen to Dr. Yanis Varoufakis, who is a Greek parliament member and a member and he's a member of the democratic movement in Europe, to make a presentation titled The Different Levels of Hegemony. But he had to apologize because he is participating in the funeral of his father. So we will invite him to have his presentation later on. We have the time to consolidate your interaction with the Birzeit University and accountability, and to discuss your vision, because this university lives with your support, moral support, and financial and physical support. So the time until 10:30 will be Q&A with the Birzeit University president. You can direct your questions through the microphone here in the hall and the and through the Q&A box on Zoom or on chat on YouTube. Dr. Mudar will take whatever he can from these questions. Hopefully I can see the questions on the Q&A and chat and YouTube. We start with Bassam. Good morning. Can you introduce yourself for those who don't know? Bassam Al-Salhi, the Secretary General of the Palestinian People's Party, and I graduated at Birzeit University. First of all, I like to congratulate Dr. Bshara for chairing the university, and he is facing many challenges. I have a comment and a question at the same time. I think there was a great decline in the relation of the universities and Birzeit University in particular with their relation with the Palestinian society compared to previous years. Maybe after the establishment of the PA, instead of the university consolidating its relation with the society, it became more secluded or detached. And the discussion around the knowledge and political economy, I believe there is a central issue that maybe the universities should take up, particularly the Birzeit University, in explaining the Palestinian cause in general, and also in developing education in Palestine. The issue of education in Palestine, the curriculum in Palestine, that is practically left to a state of chaos, where there is policy that needs to be redrafted and reorganized or reformed. There is a need for the universities to play a basic role in developing public education, and not only higher education, but school education, and to intervene in this, in the issue of school curricula, sure, in cooperation with the Ministry of Education and the different institutions, and putting a framework for an institution that is greater than the existing one, and at the same time to develop education in general in Palestine, because the major issue in Palestine is the deteriorated education. We are in a bad situation. And so there is a great issue there. And to get rid of the retouch platform and the relation with the university. That is the existing mechanism in controlling this issue, as if there is a total detachment between the general need for education and dealing with the economic reality, students and tuition, and having that barrier in the system that makes this relation as if it is missing. Yes, I understand that there is a great crisis, but the mechanism that is followed there has a great amount of separation that needs to be addressed. Thank you. Thank you, Bassam. Dr. Bshara, these two issues, as I understood from Bassam's question, urging the deterioration, the relation between the university and the society, at least there is some reality. I'm sure there is something, you know. And there is another question which is extremely important, which is digitizing the relation between the students and the university and within the university community, which Bassam does not see. This is something that is important, but it has negative impact. What can you do for this, sir? But allow me to say, we have not received any questions on Q&A and chat. Ali Nazal tried to write a question, but he stopped. Thank you. since we have only 20 minutes, how about listening to more questions? Okay. Okay. Then we can, the role of the university and its relation with the society. The thing that's not clear to me is community or society. What do you mean by community? Maybe the role is there, but maybe it is not how we want it. And I'm not defending here the university that I was not here for the last 30 years, but I don't want to say what happened before I came, but I have a question. What do you mean by role and by society so that we can come up with a clear definition of role and society? I think maybe the conference itself complicates our understanding of what society is. But if you mean that the university has international character since it plays a leading role in a national struggle as an institution, and there is a decline in this concept, I cannot judge what happened, but I can tell you that I'm not surprised, because all the Oslo time was deflation of the whole issue for all the institutions, taking air out. At least for me, looking at the Birzeit University role in post-Oslo, this is how I understand it. A new stage of time. And a new stage meaning that for me and for many people, we started thinking of post-Oslo right after the Olympics happened, and Birzeit should get into this discussion after the post-Oslo. And maybe we can, I think, if the objective in Palestine is to feed the state institutions, this will not contribute to a liberation production, if you wish. I think Birzeit University and its relation with the society thinks of several issues, and it prepares for many things. It plays a leading role, as university can play a leading role to open the floor for discussion of the future. As Doctor said. And maybe, as Dr. Mudar said, capitalism is not necessarily an eternal thing. When several generations were here and they know their position here well, as you know, many people in Palestine young men or women, they did not leave even Nablus. Many people, they did not go to Hebron from Nablus. So what society are we speaking about? So let's define it. And the term role, not necessarily connected to a political action. That is a political language that I was educated of is dead in the 70s and 80s. Now it's being revived in different forms, the colonialist settlement and political economy. In 70s, we were not used to speak of this. And then we stayed for 30 years without speaking of this, but it is back, but in different form. I don't know if Renaissance is misunderstood. The context is different. And where the sources of concept are different. It's not Marx and, but if you write the concept paper, Gramsci is all over the place. I think we need to start thinking that of the in Al-Aslaniya and the indigenous liberation movements, including the Black feminist theory and many other issues that are coming up among nations. So there are other sources in epistemology that are developing these concepts. So I answered the question by opening other questions. I think this is the role of the university. As for Retouch platform, I did not. Question about digitization. Digitization is this is a very sensitive thing. I don't know if I can, a complicated one. I don't know if I can answer it, but we think if BRZ is University of all Palestinians, then the role of digitization, we need to think where digitization is in higher education.
وإذا هذا سيكون له فكرة anybody who is qualified to be enlisted with the university should be there. And the university should be open to the community in much a better way, so in a more expandable way. So this could be the portal that people would get into the university. So we need to reconsider how it should be in depth, how it should be tackled. I do agree with you. I don't know what other universities around the world do that how the digital system or systems, but BRZ University produces the network of the usage. This is what I know. So from A to Z, and this is something unfamiliar, not followed maybe in other areas. Maybe it has its justifications. It has its pros, but this needs to be studied well. And this means that the IT system of the university is a university by itself, right? And if the university changes the IT system, then we should find a way to change and all these questions actually and discussed internally within the university and check how can we uh, make it work in a better way to enforce the strengths of this system and get rid of some of the weaknesses. Nadia, say the questions. Arwa Abu Hashhash. I'm going to summarize about the change, the transformation of the discourse of music university throughout the past years on the national level, and then the expression, freedom of expression, democracy, and so on. And there is this hypothesis that maybe this is linked to funding from other countries and like the Gulf. So how much can this really be? And I don't know how much is the stage, but what is the bigger of the change is of these countries and any plan is not conditional. These are the plans. So I would ask. What are your plans to regain the dream, the curriculum of and to keep away from the colonialism hegemony? So how can we do this? Ali Nazal is asking. There's a needs liberation project, but we're part of the economy of the market. How can we know what do we need under the current circumstances? And what type of capacity raising that we need to work on? And another question from Nadia. Thank you. My question, I will try to have a direct question. When we took Nadia Hajar from Besit University, hegemony of political economy and the relationship to the university. I understand that political economy for a hegemony on the cultural level means that we took privatization of ideology. The challenge about with relation knowledge, but I think this is based on capitalization, or it has this element of capitalization. When we talk about the universities, the talk is about how can a university institutionalize resources that won't have professional funding for the market or professional funding for the power or authority. And I think this is an important access. And I believe this is important. Thank you. That was it. And I believe that my question and to me is important to me, and I think so. My question again: how can the university's approach or vision would be in order to challenge the capitalized or materialistic hegemony, whether from the ideologies of the or from the PNA or the market with the market's ideology? Thank you, Nadia. Actually, I feel that all the questions revolve around the capital and knowledge reproduction and the relation between two, that as if there's a a relationship between them. And that's not true. The universities here have a long history, and that universities and there's a reason for this, because universities are transforming bit by bit, and in their components there's some independence and a bubble that is not exposed, that will not be reflected on if there was a million funded to transform or to be reflected. That's not how things are within the university. This is sometimes a headache, because we know that there should be a change in a certain way, and maybe sometimes we know that things might not even change, but we need to lay the foundations. There are also other things that we thank God for, because even if there was lots of pumping of capital, it might take years in order to make an impact on the performance of the university. And the main thing about this is that the university, the teachers and instructors are the main pillar of the university, and regardless of funding, they will still remain the same. Their ideologies will remain the same. There are people who generate knowledge with their academic expertise. So, and if we've agreed that the system, which is now well known, it's a developmental approach for the internal structure of universities. It's based on or the hypothesis that if there is development, there will be academic freedom. And this is a precondition for development, and a necessary one. And so if someone was fixed, and in regardless of the pressures of them, he's protected, and then will not lose the job. So things are more complex than we think. Universities have started to play a bigger role than they used to previously, and now they're in a stage where they have they play the multi-versities. They play multiple roles. In the old days, like Harvard, Princeton, and other very well-known universities, they used to train the new assistants to just reproduce a new generation, and that was their job, and they've remained like this for hundreds of years. But after the Second World War, universities have started to play a much bigger role in social aspects, in the relationship with the government, with the enterprises. They've started to open their doors widely to people other than, or sectors other than the elite. The number of students have increased a lot. The University had 2,000 students previously. Now the number of students exceeds 15,000, and now university, and this will not. And this would not abide by the provisions of the funders or the management of such institutions. That's why things need to change and develop. So yes, there are lots of challenges. We encounter the relationship of capital with ideological reproduction. Also, there's an increase or an expansion, not only in the region, but in with benefiting institutions, and we know. So the climate has changed, the context has changed, and many of the university instructions they think that we need to compete with X, Y, and Z, but X, Y, and Z will not play within the same rules of the game. And I believe this is a minimized model of what Mother has said, that we need to change the rules of a game in order to succeed, in order to be able to compete. We cannot stick to the old rules, and because it is the factory of how we should change the rules of the game, and under the absence of real supported institutions, and whether from the government or others, we have a bigger burden now to deal with lots of requests. That means that university needs to do this and that. Actually, this is not what's requested from universities in general, but under the absence of having a state or a civil society that is very developed with developed capacities, universities are obliged to play this role. But we need to always to note what are we going to focus on, what are our priorities, and how will we do the transformation of ideologies. This will not come by the decision of the president. That we need to have a reading and a good reading of the current situation and of the financing situation. This depends a lot on the students and the teachers at the university. They need to be part of generating these ideas. They need to be convinced that they're going to spend time in generating a certain type of knowledge and to work in comparatives and the horizons that are in line with the ideas to try to generate benefits and to have hope. Now, the way we're going to address this and to check what are our academic priorities is to start to check the academic horse before the carriage, and it's the financing carriage. So we need to check our priorities well and check what is it that we need to have to induce. We need to think widely what is it that we need the university to produce and generate ideologically, and then to build an economic matrix that could support all this. I don't have a magic answer on where we're going to get these fundings. But it's rare that one can find pure, clean funding from anywhere. I don't think there is this angelic state around the world or country that would. However, there are spheres or fields where we can work on having a variation of funding resources. I've established some seats in Brown University, and I was very keen to make sure that I don't have one resource to fund any project, to have this variable funds. For instance, the Mahmoud Darwish seat, that was the first unprecedented seat in the US. I was keen to make sure. And the seat cost 5 million, and I could have gotten this from one source, but then this would be linked to the perspectives of that person or that entity. So I tried to get a team of funders in order not for them to have the feeling of ownership to that seat. So Basic University at least should have different sources of funding, so that no one would have a real decision on what the university would take. So I believe that this message should be to all. This is not, of course, the answer to the question, but we need to think of the interests. And here I would like to finish my answer about this was posted in New York Times today, that Basic University has about $27 billion, and it's not paying taxes like other universities do. That it has, so it it has an endowment of 27 billion, and there's a project that they've introduced women, and this woman has included progressive and social elements to this project, and things have been changing. And because it's known, it's well known worldwide, because there are two main funders. The first has granted a gift of $200 million, and the other but they've insisted that the changes that are done that they've liked, and they've gone into discussions with the university, and the university had to discuss with them, negotiate. Maybe they asked to change the university, and they asked, and it has resided. So even university, which has all financial capacities and which does not need the $2 million, they were able to make some breach in the credibility of the university, just to maintain this first installment of 200 million. So then what about Bizet University, who does not really have an endowment? Really, it's subject to many pressures. So we should not presume that we are okay, that we can do whatever we want without paying an expense for that. Anything to be done at Bizet University, whether it was has a political price, a financial price, and moral price. Thank you very much, and sorry for this wide answer, and you made me brainstorm in my thinking, and I'm thinking get out with you. There are questions that we've received, but we didn't have the time to pose them, but there are hot questions about the privatization and so on. But let's say something. I'm going to propose to have external discussion outside the university, maybe in another forum, in another place. And I believe, because this is very important to be discussed, what Mr. Bassam has discussed, said that, and what the Bassam presented. So I believe that the society here, we know what it means, those who are outside the boundaries of the university. And part of our work really is to open these and break these walls. After 4 or 5, which is very strange, everybody is outside the walls of the university. So please, let's think in a more in-depth way. And I do agree with you. And I'm going to interrupt you because I need to leave, as I mentioned before. But I want to say that we are with having an internal and external discussion. And I want to remind you that Bizet University is not the president, it's the management, it's the administration, it's a team. And Shawan is preparing forums on the university's level about hot topics, as you mentioned. And the first topic would be, as you said, my heart is a lion's heart, but I would say 2 lions. I agree to be in the first session about academic freedom, and which would open lots of process. This will be held on October 12th. There will be an open discussion in the university about this topic, and I will be there in the hot seat, as saying. Yeah. So yes. Okay. So let's please commit now to the schedule. Now there's a lunch break, and then we start with the next session, which will start 1:15. What I'm going to say is that there will be other opportunities. So Birzeit University main specialization in Birzeit is less than 10%, although in the law that I've drafted is it stipulated it shouldn't be less than 70%. University does not have instructors who carry a PhD except the last 10 years or except 2 or 3. We don't exceed 2 or 3. Let me interrupt. I think so. Please listed the rotation of this teachers at this university. It's like 6 leave and 1 remain in the business school. 170 instructors have left and 3 left. And so who are here are from out of 173 remain. That's not nice. And okay, with this, we will have come to the end of the first session and the Q&A with Dr. Bishara Douani, President of the University. And we will have the lunch break. The first session will start with it will be the occupation, colonization economy. It will be headed by Rana Barakat. And I welcome you again in this conference, and I wish you a fruitful time with us.
Hello. Sorry, we are late, so I will not take your time. This is the beginning of the first session. My name is Rana Barakat. This session is under the title of Colonialist Economy. We continue with Dr. Mudar and Dr. Bshara Domani. On Zoom, we welcome Tariq Dana. The title of his presentation is Colonialist Settlement and the Secure Israeli Security Production. Each of you has 20 minutes. I don't have to tell you. Okay, Tariq, go ahead. Want to start?
We can hear that. Okay. Good evening, all. Thank you, Rana, and thanks to Muwatin for selecting this title. Thank you very much. This paper advances the argument that settler colonialism offers and that it is to give us a better understanding, a deeper understanding of the multiple structures and functions of the state of Israel, including its institutional, social, and economic structures, and its internal and external policies. This paper contributes to the ongoing debate by analyzing the organic relationship between Israeli settler colonialism and its tireless efforts to develop its military and security arsenals in order to enhance our understanding of the importance of the war economy as the lifeblood of this project. Israel to embark on an unlimited and large-scale mobilization of human and economic resources to serve the construction of the war economy, including the military-industrial complex investment between Israel has been in the period of 2015-2019, Israel was ranked as the 8th largest arms exporter in the world, and its contribution was estimated at 3% of arms exports, an increase of 77% from the previous 4 years. This rise was accompanied by the abundance of studies and reports to see the Israeli military security development as a unique miracle that transformed the small country into a high-tech superpower in a relatively short time. These readings tend to adopt reductive approaches to explain Israel's global rise in this field, with their primary focus on factors that can be considered objectively secondary. Factors in focus include, for example, the spread of culture, innovations, and going high-tech. Despite all this, the importance of these factors, the Israeli case has a specific related to its historic context and current sector, which it is the main source of fueling the Israeli obsession with military and security superiority. This obsession should be understood as ideology, thought, and practice. The Israeli case can be understood as a contemporary extension of historical colonial situations. Historically, all colonial and settler colonial formations by their nature practiced structural violence and a constant mobilization of force to expand and strengthen their colonial projects. Violence and colonial wars systematically targeted the colonized areas through extermination, displacement, and imposition of brutal experiments with Western modernity and technology. These policies and practices were central to colonial logic in which the dynamics of violence and colonial wars were a catalyst for the creation of military arsenals, for the organization of the army, and strategies and tactics of war. No less important, colonialism also contributed greatly to invention and development of security and surveillance techniques to control the population in colonized areas. These areas were developed just for colonized, and laboratories. How colonies have served as laboratories to develop surveillance and control techniques. The emergence of the Zionist movement and the subsequent establishment of Israel in Palestine opened a prolonged chapter of wars and violence in the region and provided an impetus for Israel to develop military and politically. The logic force is rooted in the Zionist move. This is evident in the Zionist literature. So this had become a main of the practice, and it was practiced by all inflicting successive defeats. This approach remained the founding pillars of the political mind in Israel. And as David Ben-Gurion has said, Zionist politics is first and foremost the politics of power. Politics means strength, the accumulation of power, expansion of power. On the other hand, military superiority is a prerequisite for maintaining the expansionist colonial character in the Jewish state and keeping it immune from threats by crushing resistance movements and subjecting them to military defeat. On the other hand, Israel's quest to enhance its military capabilities is motivated to a large extent by the desire to impose qualitative military superiority on Arab regional countries and to impose unbalanced power relations that are subject to Israeli calculations and interests. Israel's success in military and security innovations cannot be fully understood without highlighting the vital assistance provided by the United States and other Western countries. The Zionist movement and later Israel succeeded in establishing sponsor-client relations with the Western powers, especially those with a settler colonial past such as Britain, France, and the US. Interestingly, settler colonialism has become a widely accepted explanation for understanding the ideological dimension of the American-Israeli alliance. This common feature has been translated into a strategic equation between the sponsor and the customer, whereby Israel serves an integrated set of U.S. interests in the region in return for financial, military, and diplomatic support. This explains the rationale behind the U.S. commitment to enabling Israel's qualitative military edge over its neighbors. It's a central foreign policy objective codified in 2008 law. Actually, Israel being subject to the military and security capabilities it's not able to meet the needs of the Israeli army. And according to the U.S., the U.S. supported not only help the U.S. and the Israelis security to be the first in the world, but also had helped Israel to build a defense mechanism it has. Therefore, it wasn't able to get Israel as a technology and power without the U.S. support. The development and growth of military security industries and technology can be categorized into three distinct phases. Each stage was shaped within the historical development of Israel's colonial settlement structure and defined by the number of factors, including Israel's regional wars, foreign alliances, and military aid, shifts in regional and global power relations, and the transformation of Israel's political economy. The first phase covers the early years of state building since 1948 until 1967. Which had witnessed the emergence of the Israeli army from military gangs active in mandatory Palestine, such as the Haganah, the Irgun, and the Stern, which have carried out campaigns of ethnic cleansing against Palestinians. The strategic importance of the army for the state of Palestine and society has translated into a broad mobilization of economic resources and human capital to serve the establishment of a military-industrial complex. The central economic planning model and state ownership of most of the means of military production had the most important impact of formation of this complex from an early period, which relied on a loose alliance between interest groups composed of the political elite and military establishment and private capital. Unlike the concept of a military-industrial complex prevalent in the countries such as the U.S. and Russia, the Israeli military-industrial complex is unique in that it's organically linked to a wide range of supposedly civilian institutions such as the Hebrew University, the Technion Institute, Weizmann Institutes, and Hadassah Hospital, and others. The first phase witnessed the formation of military intelligence units from spy teams that were operating in mandatory Palestine, and these units were tasks in developing the technological infrastructure for the army, like the Rafael Science Corps that was renamed Rafael Advanced Defense System in the late 50s, which has become nowadays the largest research center in Palestine. Israel has established large state-owned companies such as the IMI Systems, Israel Military Industries related to TASS. It's a secret network of light arms manufacturers that supplied light weapons and ammunition to Zionist gangs in the 1930s and 40s. In the 500s, also another Israeli aerospace industries was a planner. There were other states like a big system that was designed. It's one of the first private companies founded in 60s, Albayt Systems. It's now the largest private producer of a wide range of military electronics, drones, and sea systems communications. Furthermore, Israel's largest trade union, Histadrut, has enjoyed significant investments in the military industry, mainly through ownerships of and its subsidiaries like Tadiran, Soltam, Core Metals, which relies on subcontracting to state-owned military industries. Despite enormous efforts, Israel remained structurally dependent on military imports and foreign aid. In this phase, France was the main source of arms imports and supplied the Israeli army with the highly advanced aviation, missile, and nuclear technologies, especially nuclear. And the other phase started from 1967 until the 80s. It was determined by the results of wars 1967 and 73, which reshaped the Israeli military-industrial path on two main levels. One was a government decision to embark on a large-scale modernization and the diversification of military industries and technologies, and the other was the strengthening of the U.S.-Israel alliance, which provided strategic resources. Initially, Israel developed a strategy to expand and strengthen its military industries as a result of the French arms embargo on the eve of the 1967 war. Accordingly, investment in military industry constituted up to 50% of the total industrial investment in Israel. Military spending rose by 77% and reached a historic rise of 31% of the GDP after the 1973 war. The massive investment in the military sector has greatly shaped the structure of the Israeli workforce. Between 1967 and 1975, employment in the military tripled and increased by 50% in 1975. In addition, 65% of the state expenditure on research and development were related to the military, while only 13% were for civilian purposes. And about half of the scientists and engineers in Israel were engaged in military research and development projects. On the other hand, the strengthening of bilateral relations between the U.S. and Israel has been the most important factor in Israel's military and technology progress. After 1967 war, American companies intensified their participation in the development of Israel's arsenal. 1969, the Minister of Defense sold its stakes in Histadrut-owned companies to a U.S. company. In 1971, Lockheed Martin, it's one of the world's largest defense manufacturers, supplied Israel with advanced high destructive weapons, including F-16, which has become the backbone of the Israeli Air Force. There are other contributors, including, and many, by the start of the 1980s, Israeli arm, but it started to depend completely on the Israeli military industry has become structurally dependent on technical financial assistance from the U.S. government. A 1983 report showed that by the U.S. government accountably showed that is noting that Israel has received U.S. financial and technical support to help achieve its arms production capacity. Adding in an effort to promote great self-reliance, Israel seeks more aid to help develop its defense industries and expand its trade opportunities. Israel's technology depends, exports depend heavily on foreign components. Almost all Israeli arms production efforts involve American input. The third stage, which is from the 80s up till present, it's related to the new liberalization of the Israeli economy in the mid-80s, which attracted new businesses, business opportunities through the complete privatization of state-owned industries. Like the IMI systems has seen the gradual privatization of some of its subsidiaries. The Israel government sold its stakes, like Rafael. It also recently announced it will privatize key companies such as Aerospace, IAI, and Rafael Advanced Defense. This stage also witnessed the escalation of the so-called war on terror led by the U.S. And the post-1911 era has been marked by radical change towards an investigation of securitization practices and the militarization of policy practices. These changes have made Israel the center of international attention and as a unique global model of urban militarization and securitization, a reputation built by decades of colonial experience developing methods of counter-surgery. Finally, I would like to highlight one case in terms of how Israel uses Palestinians as guinea pigs in order to test its military innovations as a brand for export and trade. Israel's military and security progress is highly dependent on turning the occupied Palestinian territory and its population into a laboratory of experiments using advanced counter insurgency techniques, types of weapons and surveillance and control. These products are then promoted with marketing slogans such as battle tested and combat proven, giving Israeli companies a competitive advantage in the global arms market. Accordingly, Israeli military and security innovations are indispensable to the survival of Israel's settler colonial makeup and are integral to the growth of the war economy. Israel is credited with being a world leader in the production of lethal drone technology. The Israeli scientist Abraham Karem was the first to revolutionize the drone industry, which Israel first tested during the 1973 war. And since the 80s, Israel has accounted for more than 60% of global drones exports, and now more than 50 public and private companies are engaged in the production of and export drones, including Elbit and the Israeli Aerospace Industries Corporation. Of course, the Israeli companies are to produce and develop drones is due to the experiments they conduct on Palestinians. Experiments with deadly drones intensified during the second Palestinian Intifada and the Israeli war on Lebanon in 2006, and the aggression on Gaza since 2011, 8 to 12, 14, until the last war. Israel also deploys drones for three military objectives. First, to conduct surveillance, intelligence, or target killing, or extrajudicial executions against the leaders of and activists of Palestinians. Israel was the first to make a policy of targeted killing legal to justify the assassination of Palestinian leaders, despite the illegality of such a practice in international law. The heavy use of drones in targeted killing has led to the creation of the world's largest laboratory for airborne assassinations. Furthermore, Israel is systematically testing new types of lethal drones on civilians for just commercial purposes. For example, during the 2008 war, the IDF tested an upgraded version of the Hydra remotely piloted missile jointly developed by Israel and the US companies that likely carried white phosphorus that killed dozens of civilians in Gaza City and Jabalia camp. In another case, an investigative report in 2014 showed that 37% of deaths, including 165 children, were caused by drone attacks. It was later revealed that the mass killing were part of experiments done by Israeli forces to test drones produced by El Bayt, which produce about 85% of the drones in Israel. And the company experienced a growth of 6.1% after the 2014 war, which is the highest level ever. According to the Israeli daily Haaretz newspaper, the process has been, from a commercial point of view, a great thing for the defense industries. Finally, any consideration to the contribution of Israel in the high-tech industries around the world should take into consideration the roots of colonialism that it practices, which were based completely on crimes. Accordingly, the combating colonial occupation shouldn't be only a Palestinian issue, but should be an international case. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Barak. It's a clear part of the questions that we need to ask if we can think of difference between imperialism and settlement colonialism. Now we move to Lamis Farraj. Her paper titled The Reality of Workforce in Palestine and Using Job as a Tool as a tool of blackmailing. I'm going to speak about the situation of workers in Palestine using job as a tool for blackmailing. This is the title of my paper. And exchange, that is blackmailing, and exchange that is between the source of income and silencing or neutralizing the employee, regardless where they work. In general, the Central Bureau of Statistics on Palestinian workforce in Palestine, this is the number, let's say 1 million of workers, 20 of them work in public sector under the ruling authority, and around 13% work with the Israeli occupation within the Green Line, and 4%, 42,000 work in CSOs. So the rest, they work in the private sector and unorganized work. So my paper focuses on those who work in the occupation and CSOs, and the paper assumes that those who work in these places face direct blackmailing and exchange your income in return for your silence or to be neutralized. It is not to have your identity. The private sector is not dealt with. It's not easy to deal with them because the private sector starts from small shops to major frameworks such as the telecom company, bank mostly, not much about Gaza. In general, before I start on the Israeli policies and how they consolidate subjugating the Palestinian economy to Israeli occupation. Recently, the Israeli Premier Bennett clearly said that security calm and the Palestinian engagement in civil affairs will lead to economic development and minimizing friction with the Israeli army and shrinking conflict. Also, another official said, improving economy reduces opportunities of violence against the Israelis or the occupation. Also, in 1968, the Israeli military governor said, as long as the territory's residents are under our control, we need to maintain calm. So we need to give them something to lose. So improve their situation so they will not care for rejection or struggle. Also, in Oslo, in Paris Protocol, there are several studies that explain as of occupation and to call the Palestinians through the Palestinian security. And there are research that say that Oslo Accord is there to institutionalize the Israeli strategic policies on the Palestinians. And all these things coming from the donors, they rehabilitated, they failed to produce a real production in Palestine, and rather all of them, they focus on reform in the public institutions. Many people, they believe that the Oslo Accord is a new way to manage the Palestinian in a way that we can control them with the minimal cost. Speak about the labor force in Palestine, there are several challenges, be it the labor structure and the percentage of those who go to work with the occupation and the bad working conditions. We don't have social insurance and minimal women participation, and the poor unions performance. 28% of workers in the private sector, they receive less than the minimal pay, which is before the amendment, which is the 1,454 shekels. These are the working conditions. Now, speaking of the workers in the public sector or government sector, the PA was formed in 1994 based on the agreements, relevant agreements, and the research believe that it was designed to reduce conflict. Reducing conflict is not my term. This is the logic of the occupation in describing their relation with us. And its commission is to do administrative work. And since the start, the PA started sending, giving the organization's staff members who belonged or affiliated with Fatah organization. And this continued. That they gave privilege to its supporters, to the Fatah supporters, or those supporters to the regime. They become ambassadors, ministers, or not even if they don't have a vacancy for that, in a way that consolidates its control and hegemony. And let's assume that it is there in a position that serves the interests of the occupation, mainly in senior positions, those who receive higher pay and do more sensitive jobs. Also, the PA played a role, let's say, strengthening peace, regardless how you define what peace is. Ban Ki-moon once said to the PA chairman, he said, "You are a trusted partner to making peace." When Abu Mazen gave up the Goldstone report, then he got that credit of being a trusted partner to peace. Also, things became much more clearer in 2006 and 2007, the elections after Hamas won, and the punishment started from all directions. Again, I say we are speaking about the West Bank. So the sanctions from the international community, from the occupation, and from the existing authority. So these sanctions to undermine, were there to undermine the authority of Hamas, the Hamas authority, after it won election in 2006. For instance, the tax revenue collection, this stopped. At that time, it was 4.8 million shekels. International grants and support stopped and ceased. Although it stopped, still it continued to the President's office and to the Presidential Guard in order to deter Hamas intervention on influence in the security sector. And the government asked the employees in Gaza not to go to war, and promised to pay their salaries. And until now, they pay them their salary without them working. These are signs of politicizing this job. And they want them to consolidate peace. They want. In 2008 and 2009, a number of employees at the Ministry of Education were dismissed on grounds of their political affiliation. Then they implemented the security vetting that continues to exist, although they stopped it. But again, there is security vetting for any employee in the public sector. They examine if they are in line with the peace requirements that we agreed to. They dismissed a number of them. Some of them appealed and were returned, some of them still. 2018, we cannot forget what happened in 2018, which is the sanctions campaign on Gaza, where the job was used as a penal sanction, and they stopped paying salary more than 50 to 70%. This was in 2018, and there were demonstrations, a number of demonstrations to lift the sanctions. Sanctions were comprehensive, not only against the president, some of them were on the job. These sanctions were in the form of oppression and violence, and there were participation by civil sector employees who used violence, lynching, under the title of protecting legitimacy. In 2017-18, 22,000 employees were referred to retirement on grounds of their political or other affiliation. If you remember, the teachers were demanding for their rights. They were subjected to sanctions. Some of them were dismissed, and many other sanctions. The dismissal of 22,000 employees, they said, we want to reduce the number of employees, but they didn't have any criteria. The criteria was based on the whims or how to neutralize any objections. As this happened, when they were dismissing employees, as happened recently, the head of the Anti-Corruption Bureau was forced to resign. The governor of the Monetary Authority, same thing. These did not reach the legal age of retirement. Nonetheless, they extended the legal age for others and ignored, such as the head of the preventive security, the head of the intelligence service, some governors, some ambassadors. They finished the legal age for retirement, but still they are still in office. Also, the PA used public office to oppress liberties. Either you show your support or you'll be dismissed. And recently, following the murder of Nizar Banat, which forced the government to abolish Article 22 of the Code of Conduct, which allowed the employees to express their views. Now, none of the employees can express their views. If not, then you lose your job. And not only this, also, there were demands by the employees in the civil sector, not the military, to participate. They asked them to, there are no documents, but there were verbal orders and orders through social media, intimidating them to participate in campaigns to support legitimacy, as they called it. And most clearly, it was as the law of security. We have 65,000 employees working there. They are not allowed to have any political affiliation. This is the law, how the law says. But we find most of the leaders of security services are members of the Revolutionary Council of Fatah. So here, yes, it is allowed as an exception. You can violate the law here. This is for the public sector. Now, for workers within the green line with the occupation. Generally, the occupation uses the Palestinian workforce as a major, they play a major role in the Palestinian economy. So it's used in blackmailing the Palestinians. So the blackmailing is not limited to working permits, but also to tax and all aspects. Either you do this or we will do that. So the relation now is direct. The Israelis ignore the Palestinian Ministry of Social Affairs, Ministry of Civil Affairs, and there is a direct contact through the Israeli coordinator and also the announcements on the Facebook to directly deal with the Palestinians to build their database all the time. Now, why people tend and go to deal directly with the Israelis? Look at the Palestinian situation. We find that this decision to go to work with the Israelis, it is not something self-decision, but rather there are several factors that push people to go and work in Israel and take such a decision. Because at the end of the day, when working started with the Israeli occupation, most of the workers were from the rural areas and refugee camps. I mean, those who lost their land. They didn't have alternative. So these are a number of factors that pushed them to work there. Before 1993, 1/3 of the Palestinian workforce used to work within the Green Line. Then this fluctuated according to, based on the political situation. After 1993, it was less, it was 62. In 2000, 145,000 they were, and it dropped to 66,000. In 2020, 133,000, which makes 13% of the Palestinian labor force. They used the permit regime to use it as a direct and collective punishment tool. So depriving them of work. So this working permit is like an ongoing self-censorship for workers. And they can apply it, control the worker and control the whole village with the same thing. Before 1993, we didn't have permits, but after that, we started having that. So for you, in order to get your source of income, you need to commit to what we all know in order to get these permits. This much you need to be neutralized away from your national identity. And this regime led to having brokers for the permits. There are permits for work permits, visit permits, agricultural work permits. So this created a black market. And these brokers of permits, based on some studies, they sell permits for 2,500 shekels. They make around 9 to 15% of the annual income of Palestinian workers in Israel. So the cost of permits sold equals between 9 to 13%. And according to Bank of Israel, the profits of the Israeli and Palestinian brokers, it makes around 122 million shekels for the Palestinian Israeli brokers every year. With the beginning of the year 2020, a new system for permits, they ignored the Palestinian Ministry of Civil Affairs, but rather directly through the Israeli coordinator. They would send you messages to your mobile phone that you can directly contact us in order to renew their database, which is an easy database to build. And also they ignored the civil affairs as well. The relation between the worker and those who work with the occupation is not limited to the permits. Sometimes it affects their behavior, their vision, this relation. Many times, this relation is humanized. Like I interviewed a number of workers in the Green Line. They are like any other Palestinian. They feel this contradiction. All of them, they said, yes, they were dissatisfied because of the closing of the crossings and openings in the Israeli wall where they can enter the occupation territory without permits. The workers, they were dissatisfied because they were losing their income because of the closure of the crossings. At the same time, they were happy with the Palestinian heroic actions, but they were not ready if the price is closing the permits where they lose their jobs. We know that these readiness and one day can make a result. Since I don't have much time, I cannot continue to speak more about workers. I'll go to the last part, which is the civil society. There were organizations before 1993, and there are many organizations that contributed to the development that we see. They complemented the government work, such as in health and elsewhere, but most of these organizations, people look at these organizations as having foreign agenda, foreign funding, because part of this is true. How assistance increases, it is conditional one, like the USAID, they have a clear, like they do vetting for the citizens, beneficiaries. I met a number of workers in these organizations. One of them told me, when you are an employee in a CSO, especially if it is international one, there are conditions for you on how you conduct yourself, how you behave, how you speak. So there is another hegemony directly. Some of them told me, when there is an event, I wish that I want to speak something, to write something. But I ask my brother to write on my behalf under his name, so I lose my identity in order not to lose my income. Same thing also with the local organizations, they are facing this, but maybe to a less grade. Nonetheless, all of them, they consider themselves as independent and prefer independence as all of us, we need to be independent and to forget partisan or forget having any political affiliation. We need to be independent, to be in line with satisfying the donors and the government. They come to the point where their thought is ideologized, and they start feeling that these CSOs, they hold strong slogans such as combating poverty or wanting to make social change. They feel as if they are receiving salary. And they feel that they don't need to struggle or do anything. They feel that they are doing enough and saturated. So there is a great depletion in the awareness, and when he goes home, yes, I did my part, and that's it. Last sentence. This is the product of Oslo. Before the occupation, they used to work with Israel, but they are fighters. But now there is a decline because they are connected with their source of income, their family to feed. If they lose their permit, they will stop. If they lose their job at the NGO, what to do? If they lose their job, then we need to ask how to set the situation straight, or maybe the pressure for elections to stop this one-party rule or exclusion of opposition and to create a production database. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lamis. Of course, there are many questions that have arisen after we finish this session. So first, what is the difference that we can to think of the reform after the revolution as Rosa Luxemburg has sent this question to think of and to consider also to think of the daily life and on a long term historically. Before we start this discussion, let's listen to Tariq Sadek. Yes, the title of my study intersects with what Lamis has presented. It's a political economy of Israeli settler colonialism between the subjugation of the Palestinians and commodification of rights. Let's first start with identifying settler colonialism, which is the framework that defines the relationship between the Israeli and Palestinian economy in order to, if it's based on the replacement of the indigenous population with a settler population, which not necessarily be, by the use of force. It could be made on by restricting the population and imposing a repulsive environment or economy and subject the economy. The objective of this paper is to show the framework in which Israel dominates the Palestinian economy and it makes Palestinians subject to Israeli system of hegemony. The importance of this lies in its comprehensive vision that is based on various studies and theories about the relation of between the Palestinian economy with the Israeli economy. I will mention some of these studies that have addressed the Palestinian economy from different perspectives. And then I will set out the general framework that's based on these studies. Among the studies that describe the Israeli policies against Palestinian economy is a study by Jeff Harper in 2000. It's called The Metrics of Control. And I will explain it further why it's called matrix of control. It's a series of interlocking chain of policies that aim at controlling all aspects of Palestinian life and maintains the Israeli colonization. This matrix consists of three sets of control mechanisms. The first is what is called creation of facts on the ground. It's like a confiscation of lands and eruption of settlements. The second is separation. And the third is that imposes legal constraints between brackets, and based on these constraints, there are penalties and sanctions for not committing to these restrictions. Strategy against Palestinian economy. There was no strategy. There was no one strategy against Palestinian economy. After the 1967 occupation, Israeli occupation, there was a strategy and about merging or integrating Palestinian economy with the Israeli economy through the work relations and employing Palestinian workers in certain sectors. Afterwards, and after the first Intifada, the Oslo Accord to the detachment of the Israeli economy. Other theories addressed economic dependency, which has an economic understanding. It means that there are two economies for two states, for two entities. Geographically, one is depending on the other, and one is would forth cheap costs for the hegemonized power. So some theories deal with the relationship between the Israeli Palestinian economy as a dependency for the Israeli economy. And the outcome of these policies practiced by the Israeli economy, it's that there is a growth and in the trade sector, productivity in the trade sector, which is an addition to especially in the agricultural sector, in the trade sector after 2008. So there is this subjugation relationship, and there was a growth for big companies, trade companies that had a big control on the market in return for some interests these owners of companies got, and which produced a sector of main merchants who would impact negatively smaller traders, and were able to drown the Palestinian economy. Also, other studies that explain this subjugation, which is an imposed subjugation, is having the tax, the customs envelope, which was it's a produce of the Paris Protocol, where Israel is the one to determine the trade policies with Palestinians. So the trade relationship with Palestinian economy becomes subjugate that these policies are imposed upon it, and it has to follow the rules of the occupation. Some studies that Sarah Roy had started with in 1987. It's about the development process. It's developmental impoverishment process, and she defines this as the process that undermines or impairs the economy and the economy's ability to grow and expand by preventing it or its factors from accessing and using needed inputs and resources. According to Sarah Roy, also, this process of developmental impoverishment is accelerating under the policy of demolition and restrictions on movement and confiscation, which take us back to the matrix of control that was mentioned earlier. Accordingly, dependency, it's not only about a relation of in the Palestinian case, a relation to subjugate economy with a dominating policy, but it's a way to subjugate the Palestinian economy and Palestinians, and to suppress the resistance to the occupation. Accordingly, this is the framework that we are trying to build and establish in order to include the three axes, which is hegemony or domination on all aspects of Palestinian lives, which will lead to the process of development and impoverishment, and then it's a tool that will lead to it will lead development impoverishment will lead to subjugation of Palestinians. So if we see here, the Palestinian economy is surrounded by a number of Israeli policies, from fine facting on the ground, like settlement and land confiscation, and then displacement and isolation, and then sanctions that are imposed on Palestinians, which are not separate policies, but these are a chain of policies that are interlocked. Israel confiscates land and it builds settlements, and this is the justification for isolating itself from the Palestinian environment through the wall, the segregation wall, private roads that are built for settlers alone. Accordingly, and because of this segregation, there are restrictions that are imposed on Palestinians, like in Area C and areas that are close to settlements, which facilitates the process of more land confiscation just for settlement purposes. So it is an interlocked chain of policies that will lead at the end to the inability of Palestinians to be able to access resources of economy, which is development, impoverishment. And due to this impoverishment, development impoverishment process, the Palestinians are obliged to work in the Israeli economy, whether in the 1948 lands or in settlements. Accordingly, they will receive a return for this work, financial return and income, and they will have to import commodities from the Israeli side because of the retreat of the production in Palestine, whether agriculture-wise or industrial-wise. This subjugation and depending on this dependency on the Israeli economy makes Palestinians, keeps them under this subjugation policy, and to knock out any attempt to oppose it. And the income of this work is also subject to Israeli policies, and the Palestinian and the commodities and its getting in and out of Palestine is subject to Palestinians' acceptance to and consent to Israelis' policies. Because this is an outcome of the development impoverishment, this is where we see that there's a retreat in the industrial income and their share, like the agriculture sector has retreated till after 1967 to 7% now, from 15% to 7%. Or accordingly, there is an increased escalation in poverty and unemployment, like in Gaza, which increasingly is under this, and which lead to creating this big merchants sector, especially that this can get benefits and to have more freedom of mobility than other merchants. So they are subject, or they are a tool to implement Israeli economic strategies. This adds to the need for work. And here I would like to focus on the agriculture sector in explaining how Israeli policies create this proletariat subject and in orange, if you see, this is from 1972 up till 2019. It is the productivity of the agricultural sector. As you see, it's almost stable, and it was even decreasing most of the time, especially between 1985 to 2015. This is due to that this sector, this important sector and productive sector, lacks the mechanisms of production. So this is where the working class is formed, which the class that is incapable to produce or to be productive. There are two other terms in black and the gray. This is in black. This is the number of workers in the agricultural sector, and the one in the dotted line in gray, it's about the number of workers in the Israeli economy. So it's this contradictory relationship. When there's an increasing number of workers in the Israeli economy, the number of workers in the agricultural sector retreats. Therefore, this class that has missed their capacity to produce becomes dependent on the Israeli economy. The traditional definition of subjugation is exporting resources to the controlling economy. Accordingly, they get and under this, it could be to the exports of work to the Israeli economy in cheap cost. However, in the Palestinian economy or context, it's more than exporting resources. There's confiscation and stealing of Palestinian resources in the Palestinian economy. And instead of importing from an independent economy, there is, of course, the imposition of taxes. And the Israeli economy becomes easier to deal with. Therefore, 55% of imports of Palestinian economy comes from the Israeli economy, and there's dependency in exports. About 90% of exports go to the Israeli economy. Other type of subjugation is under this impoverishment in the Palestinian economy. It becomes this Palestinian economy depends heavily on foreign aid, and these foreign aids from donor countries have changed since the Oslo Accord up till this day. And it changed the shape of the middle class Palestine. Or the characteristics of the middle class, which depends on aids from donor countries. Therefore, they are subject to policies of these donors and their provisions. Also, and to subjecting to workers to get permits, and as a subjugation of consumers by controlling the entry of goods, and of course subduing the Palestinian Authority by transferring the tax dues and the tax revenues and provisional finance. Another point that is not very much mentioned in the literatures, it's the commodification of rights, where Palestinians are, their rights are taken, but the scarcity of their rights in the common trade theology is that it means it's commodity to buy and sell and opportunities to profit. So there's a market to buy and sell these rights, especially right of mobility. So we see then, and this is where we see now the brokers of permits, which is officially they're not mentioned or not allowed in the Israeli law, but maybe this is an intended corruption by the Israeli administration, where Palestinian workers work under dire conditions and will add to the capacity of Israeli employers and to control the work situation or the work environment. Also, other things related to the commodification of rights, that there are unofficial pages on social media that posted that would sell Palestinians permits that they're clean from a security perspective. I mean, they are vetted and accepted theoretically, so they are unofficial security ban. And this where Israelis get a lot and they benefit a lot in order to sell these security ban permits. However, the consequence of this process of commodification of rights will lead to the eruption of a new class that are beneficiaries from these practice of the occupation, the continuation of hegemony on the Palestinian economy, and would also contribute to subjugating Palestinians and taking away their rights. Thank you very much.
Maybe the time we can start with the room. Is there any questions? Do we have any questions from anyone? Mr. Elias Barhoum, I have a comment written on paper. I am from Bethlehem. I'm thinking, since a long time, we know how the mirror reflects things reversed. If we apply this on state of Palestine, we see many tools that can give it sovereignty in order to have a national liberation. What are the tools and policies that are needed to have national liberation and national economy? Thank you. Well, Joyce, we have agreed to have those on Zoom to open the camera or what? So there's a question from Ali Nazar, can we? Can we hear him? Ali, you have the floor. Question to Mr. Tariq. He's asking if he is heard. Question to Mr. Tariq on the last presentation on workforce, because Lamis mentioned percentage, which is my area. Lamis is data of 2018. Now things have changed a little and percentage is increasing. Now currently the workplace market in Israel, so figures have changed. Now the new Israeli government have a plan. We are not speaking about an increase of 10, 20%. So from 170,000 Palestinians working there will be around 400,000. And this situation that is mentioned by Mr. Tariq, I just wanted to mention this for you. Because the situation is, the subjugation is increasing. And on the contrary, there are no counter policies by the PA or any paper to push back, even in education and taking responsibilities or academic programs, or going for TVET. We are not creating opportunities in productive areas under the PA. Thank you. The question is where to go. This is a major question. Under all these Israeli policies, the solution will not be to have a simple policy and measure by the Palestinian Authority. In the paper, we spoke a little of the program by the PA and the issue of detaching from or disengagement from Israel. In my view, it could be a good start, but disengagement from the Israeli economy is not enough and cannot be achieved without reconnecting the Palestinian economy to elsewhere. Connecting the Palestinian economy with resources of the Palestinian economy, and this is simple interventions, but rather requires a change in the approach in order to be more of a resistant economy instead of a subjugated one that implements Israeli policies and interventions. There should be substantial change in order to have a resistance economy where Palestinians have areas to resist and to regain their rights and to enter there and to have access to their land and resources. And this is the only way, I believe, for the Palestinians. Thank you. The lady there. I just like to add a simple addition. You spoke about commodification of rights, permits. Of women. Maybe Israel, as if there will be no privacy and all data will be available to the Israelis. These pages are not enough. When they contact you, they will send you, the Israelis will refer you to ask for mercy to reduce this period of time where you are not allowed to get a permit. And at the end of the day, you will end up with a lawyer and the Israeli police. So there is a great amount of money paid for the lawyers to end this Israeli. And these are not brokers, these are contractors who sell the permits, and if you don't pay, you will not get any. So this is well known. Issue of dignity, that instead of blocking me for 28, please reduce it to 23 or something like this. Thank you. Here we have a question. Go ahead. My name is Samar Salame. I am a former university. Thank you. I was listening to what Lamis and Tariq mentioned, and we saw, we know this requires more in-depth discussion. But before I comment, I'd like to recall something. During the nice revolution, if you remember, it was interesting that among the Palestinians, that the participants in this revolution were of middle class. Those sons of work at the NGOs, I mean, people from this class. This is the comment on the whole issue. And so in order to make conclusions with the issue of control,
هذا كله يوجب حاجة.
So we need to be more realistic in making this discussion. In order to be more realistic. What I noticed, if politics is the art of possible, and this question is for Lamis and others, can economy be the art of the impossible? Economy and politics are two sides of one coin, and so sometimes the economic policies are subject to the policy, and maybe we can make a breakthrough that might be impossible. Many times we speak of resistance economy. I classify myself as socialist, but yes, I support this. But the question before the system that all of us are part of, all of us, how much through economy can we really do the impossible? Or at the end, the economy will remain subjugated. Studies, and I end here, the studies, as many other studies in Palestine, if not all, most of them are descriptive, diagnostic, or descriptive. And
هلا الدراسات بدي انهي هون
but in many
الدراسات
cases,
اللي معموله زي كثير من
in institutions, we are aware of that. A question to Muwatin at Birzeit University.
وصفي واقع جيد يعني في اشياء جديده انا تعلمتها اليوم يعني بشكر
As if we are pushed into the bottleneck.
يعني في كثير
Now, how can we leave this bottleneck?
سؤال التحرك
How they pushed us there, I don't know. But my question is how to leave that bottleneck.
يعني احنا الان دخلونا
If you accept this from this comment from me, Lamis.
السؤال المهم كيف بدنا نطلع من الزمن مره لا دخلونا
In the studies connecting
بدوش ما حدش
the study to say government or
كيف بدنا نطلع
NGOs or whatever
ملحوظه اخيره
with Israel,
قبليها مني يعني
I think it is injustice.
الربط
Hopefully, we can take in a study that the workers in Israel, their abuse or whatever,
الان جي اوز او المجتمع الفلسطيني في نفس الدراسه
and
اسرائيل
although this is something, this is a separate subject. Thank you.
يا ريت لو انه في الدراسه الفلسطينيه قال العمال استغلالهم وما بعرف ايش من الحكايه
I have a question.
يعني شوي هذه شويه انا اني لو انها
Then you,
بعض يمكن ان افهمه
we have Tariq Dana.
كون أنانيا أنا عندي سؤال كمان بس يلا بقدر أشوف أنانيا ولا كون يعني هديل لا أنت وبعدين أنا بحاول هيك أربط الأشياء ونعطي طارق دعنا لسه معنا نعطي كل المحدثين تفضل.
What I would just say is that the point that Tariq Dana has raised at the beginning is a link between the imperialism and mechanism and the colonialism occupation answer many of the questions raised. How do we regard classes in Palestinian society? That it is a political. When we're talking about Palestinian classes and politically. And how this is not based on economic classes or not like as happens in the world. Maybe this will could be framed and answer many of our questions. So let's understand how security metrics working, how the agricultural metrics is working. All these. Today we've given the analysis in the three papers, but we need to get back to the general framework. Is the linkage between the economy of the occupation in its form and the way it's using will give us opportunities or chances to have a detached economy or to make resisting economy. Because previously it was based on kibbutz and so on, but now there's more openness to the world economy, and we know that the world economy is based on exporting crises. So are these crises nowadays can or due to these economies can put us in certain crises and our economy in certain crises? Any other question? There's another question on Zoom trying to summarize things, and then we'll give the floor to all. The question is for you, Tariq, especially the use of the resisting occupation concept. I have a question. It's a question. It's not a comment because it would be more beneficial if we ask and not only criticize each other. My question is how can it be and Tariq Dana mentioned in 1948, but what happened with me, especially, I don't know, maybe I became somehow concerned that all that we're addressing is related to the structure of the existence of the PA or the power, or so, not the PA, the power. So let's think together. And remember what Dr. Madar has said in his readings to Marx, that capitalism goes into stages. And it could be good to think of it as historical stages. It's not only the nature that we have in front of us, the same as for the productivity of that it's the national state. Is it the Zionist perspective or the structure of the Palestinian Authority? We say that the Oslo project was a failure, but then we need to justify why and how. We need to think about the political economy or the social relationships if we want to understand really what is a political relationship and to criticize it. So we need to think better, and there was a question as if we are concise with the word. We've limited ourselves to the word reform. Maybe the answer. Maybe I don't know really what is it based on political economy. My question in general: what is the long term to take on? Not only to think in within the Oslo context. Or the colonization or settlement. We need to think of the capitalism and colonizing occupation are the hegemonic tools. And we need to think not only since 2017, but we need to go back to beginnings of what are the stages of the local Palestinian economy, even after before the existence of Israel. Israel is here today and it will vanish one day, but before the existence of Israel and after the existence of Israel, the attempt of building or establishing a Palestinian state that will be the power then also. So it looks like quite a question. What will be your analysis on the long term and not only within the Oslo context? We'll start with you, Tariq Dana, and we'll give each of you a chance to summarize and answer, summarize your questions. We'll start with you, Tariq Dana. Tariq Dana is in Doha. Yeah. He has echo. I didn't get a question directly. A direct question to me. But I can step in to answer questions especially the resisting economy or how to detach and so on or answer all these terms. I believe the reform concept does not exist in the Palestinian context. If we wanted to adopt a resisting economy that will lead at the end to liberation. The concept of reform means that it's an institution that have went off track but after the 30 years of Oslo, it should be clear enough that the PA was created to play this role. Accordingly, reform in a way that the way we wish to see it does not apply here. reform, as you see, for the PA and many processes of reform through the second Intifada in 2003 and onwards, and the passing of Yasser Arafat was external. It is, so a reform is not a Palestinian requirement, but what's required Palestinian is the fundamental change. When we address the economics today, we're talking about political economy. It's not separated from policy. Therefore, the resisting economic is related to the liberation of process. There's no resisting economy without having a resisting policy. These complete each other or complement each other. They need structures, they need institutions. And so can we think in the conventional way to regain then this is how we criticize all the calls that have been calling the reform in the PLO, for instance. So I believe we need to get out of this shell and to think in a different way. And here I might disagree with Modar as thinking out of the box. We need to think out of the box, and we're talking about thinking out of the box does not mean adopting a new liberal concepts or the Western discourse, but at least not to think in a conventional way or to reform the PLO. Why don't we think of new structures that can impose their legitimacy to get a new, become more popular? PLO, as we know, it's a strategic fortune because, or a treasure because it recognized internationally, but at the end it was manipulated by other controlling regimes. So the Oslo process means it's a class thing, and this class cannot be put within the same classic analysis when we talk about having a national bourgeois within a working class. It is a class that was invented, was strengthened by Israel, and external factors that seek to strengthen this type of Israeli control on Palestinians in general. So this is the message that we need to consider of to building and new structures that link this structure with other aspects socially and economically. Okay. So it's how can we need to think, and I believe that we should this shouldn't be addressed like this. That's why I believe that for sure, no doubt that I'm calling for a revolution, but it's not the place to discuss a revolution or to come up with a revolution. We need other places to discuss this. And actually, I want to note. Before writing this paper, I've discussed some with some friends, and I said I'm going to write 1, 2, 3, and he said, why what do you want to write? And how can we assess the struggle? How can you say there is resistance or a strong movement? Let's take the prisoners issue. There are about 5,000 the prisoners that represent most categories. Yes, I can see the worker, the NGO struggle, and all that. And many, so there are many types of struggles, but that's not the best way to assess. However, all these remain in a place. There are exceptions. These 5,000 were 5 million, and then let's assume that this is the assessment unit. 5,000 out of 5 million are nothing. They're exception, and they're the ones. They are the exception from us, even from Oslo. But the deterioration of awareness is something public, and it's a general status. And we can say that they need to have preparedness to, and they incubate the case, and they believe in it, and they have the capacity. We're not talking about struggling against occupation, but it's and the one who went to struggle, for instance, the one in Sarbanat was killed because he was struggling to get rid of this matrix of corruption. This is where he was, and he was killed and silenced and killed. So the social change and struggle needs to incubate this change and to feel that this change is needed, and there's a need for this uprise. And then I do agree that there is a development of the economic stages, and where it will lead sometime at one point to communism. But our role is to expedite this process. I don't want to say that things have changed since 1993, and as if this is the only phase. But well, these have changed lots of things, lots of concepts, formed lots of identities, and have changed many equations, and that's why we say up till 19 they were known, but now they are not very familiar anymore. And that's it. Thank you. Okay, just 2 points. And Tara, if I'd like to ask you to stand back the chart, how it was. Let's look at the reading and the conclusions. 2 points only. Again, Oslo did not change many things, if we can see through historically. How can we change thinking we're above 10 million and not 5 million presents? How can we make it pain? And if we keep things in mind, how can we the details and the analysis of the details of Oslo change, the concepts of Oslo change? And what I want to reiterate here is that part of what had taken place in the last 15 years is that the class and criticism, our thinking have changed from being public of public dialogue, and today we're getting back. But the question is, well, what can we use as concepts, as framework, and as a challenge against ourselves, against the daily life that we live, and that would take into consideration the long term, the historic, the Palestinians, and the colonizing borders of Palestinian people. I will continue to what you've said. One of the friends once told me and asked me, what do you mean by Palestinian economy? How do you mean it? I was silent. I didn't know what to answer. Is it a term that we all use? But what are the limits of the Palestinian economy? As economists, we use data but we talk about the Palestinian. It's like West Bank and Gaza. And he said, what about the settlements? Settlements are in the West Bank. Are they included? And I said, of course not. So the understanding of the concept of Palestinian economy is wide. And as Dr. Bashara said, what do we mean by society? How do we identify a society? So Palestinian economy means it's an active to Palestinian economy, whether in the West Bank, Gaza, 1948 lands, or the economic relationship externally. At the same time, and in the same context, your question about how the analysis will change, having authority, not having the authority. in the long run, I don't see it will change a lot because policies, colonizing policies have not changed. There is an imposition of dependency and subjugation of to us. There was a question about what is the resisting economy definition. I will not go into details, but I would say there are many studies that have Dana wrote about Ana Tartir, and we can go to the details to check what is the definition of resisting economy. However, I can say it is an economy that resists the hegemony imposed on us. Okay, this session is done. I would like to thank Lamis and Tare, and I thank you all with us. So it's 3:15. So 5-minute break, and then we get back to the next session. Thank you very much. Okay, so welcome. We will start. Welcome to you all in the second session of the political conference economy for liberation in Palestine. Our second session is titled The Political Economy in Palestine. And we have with us three distinguished speakers. But before starting with the speeches that each of them will not exceed 20 minutes, I would like to compliment Muwatin Institute for selecting this topic because the economic dimension and the economic political dimension of for the Palestinian case and Palestinian Israeli conflict is absented somehow. So in thinking of it, we found out that maybe the first who had addressed the economic dimension for the Israeli occupation was academic professor called Sarah Graham Brown. Maybe the new generation don't know about her, but she was one of the most distinguished academics who wrote about the Palestinian society and the Israeli occupation. And the second who wrote about that was Professor Nasir Aruri, Israel occupation over Palestine, where he has highlighted the dimensions or the impact of the economic political economy. And then Dr. Nasir Aruri has published a study later on whereby he concluded that maybe the occupation is the second essential project after fuel or after oil that is more very profitable because of the climate and workforce. So there's a number of thinkers who have thought of this as a political impact.
and economic impact. Then academic that was established by Emma Murphy, who teaches in Durham University. It's called the Political Economy of the Peace Process, that have tackled the economic dimensions and the motivations of the peace process. That's why I'm very happy that Muwatin Institute has regained attention to the economic dimension. So we will continue with the works of this conference and listen to Dr. Bassem Zbeid, who will tell us more about the political economy of the crisis of the Palestine Liberation Organization. As known, Dr. Bassem Zbeid is academic political science university in democracy and human rights in this university. Dr. Bassem, the floor is yours. You have 20 minutes at most. Thank you, Dr. Ghassan, and thank you all. Good evening, everybody. In order to keep shedding the light on the ideas that we're going to discuss today, I thought of to read an excerpt to just maintain time. What you listen to is under the title of Political Economy of the Crisis of the Palestine Liberation Organization. The title itself includes a thesis that there is a PLO who is undergoing a crisis, and this crisis, I will try to read it from the political economy. This is how we start. Many analysis and many approaches are being circulated by those involved in the Palestinian issue to understand the stumbling or failure of the National Liberation Project at the hands of their only legitimate representative, who made the term liberation the heart of its official name, the Palestine Liberation Organization. Analysis in this regard are divided into opinions that refer to the stumbling or failure of the uniqueness of the Zionist project, its structural ability, and its strengths. Those who hold this view believe that Palestinians as a leadership and as an organization and people did and are doing what they could to achieve their liberation, but in light of the balance of powers, money as a whole in favor of the colonizer. The failure of the liberation project, according to this view is due to external, not intrinsic factors. Other opinion says it attributes the stumbling or failure of the National Liberation Project, past and present, to various objective and subjective structural causes, including the intellectual, institutional, and political structure of the PLO. Among these reasons are the following. First, the contradiction between identity and ideology, which transformed the organization into a theater of conflict, opposition, and animosity between patriots, nationalists, liberals, leftists, and later Islamists, which led to the depletion of the organization and its loss of the capacity and fitness required to achieve liberation and emancipation. Second, chaos of prioritizing and choosing paths. This chaos resulted from the absence of a series of consensus on whether would be for armed action, political and diplomatic action, or mass popular action should be given the priority. Also, what is the most appropriate formula for achieving a translation, liberation, and emancipation? Is it a state, institutions, systems, and laws in the absence of actual sovereignty, or civil rights, or just steadfastness and survival, or is it a battle, long-term battle to dismantle the structures of colonial occupation. 3, hegemony and monopoly of the leadership, which resulted in the exclusion and neutralization of many energies and potentials, as well as marginalization of factions, forces, and natural personalities, financially and historically, politically, and the exclusion of powerful political currents and forces such as Hamas and Islamic Jihad from the organization, despite a position of a great popular asset. The paternalist authoritarian approach of the Palestinian leadership that contradicts institutional traditions, and the strong tendency to give priority to narrow factional considerations and to appease political and financial corruption, and not to accept true pluralism and hostility to political difference. Finally, it is obvious that the failure of the liberation mission is linked to a variety of external factors, most importantly, the Israeli actions, regional setbacks, and international calculations, which often intersect with what Palestinians desire. These reasons, and maybe others, are usually presented for the purpose of analyzing and understanding the PLO crisis that have prevented and still preventing it from achieving liberation for Palestinians, which means that addressing them would correct the PLO's condition and enable it to return and plunge again into the liberation battle. My intervention here goes beyond the aforementioned reasons. It seeks to examine the nature of the economy and political money and that govern the performance of the Palestine Liberation Organization and imprinted its vision, program, strategy, work mechanisms, and political culture that failed to achieve liberation and emancipation, and left the door open to many setbacks in the lives of Palestinians. What I mean by political economy is that reciprocal relationship means the relationship of influence and influence between the economy and politics, or between money and politics, and the reliance of that relationship on a political group in terms of the distribution of the elements of power and wealth amongst its members. I will address here two matters. The first is the productive class of political economy and the limitations of its emancipatory aspirations. The second, the reflection of non-liberal political economy on the role of the PLO. I'll start with the first, the productive class of the political economy and the limits of its emancipatory aspirations. Like other Palestinians, the sons of the capitalist class suffered from the loss of their homeland and their transformation into scattered refugees, and seek to search for their personal and economic security, including the protection of their companies and profits in the face of instability. The sons of this class, Palestinian businessmen and owners of capitalist projects, have assumed influential economic positions in the Arab countries, positions that dictated them to distance themselves from extremism and radicalism in thought and behavior, and to continue serving Arab regimes and promoting integration with them. The members of this class found in capitalism an antidote to the pain of its alienation, as Raja Khaldi says, and assumed that serving the country on the one hand and opportunities for profit and private benefit are two things that are compatible with each other. But this refinement and of contradictions and the tendency to simplify and flatten them does not hide the reality of the contradiction and the inevitable clash between the interests of the capitalist class and the interests of the nation in general. The interests of this class precede the transcend of the interests of the nation and even define them. Based on the interest, the features of the nation are determined, which is and the details. Of course, the case of Palestine is not an exception, although some believe that is due to the liberation process. To say that the relationship is harmonious and consistent between investing in the homeland on the one hand and reaping the profit and private benefit on the other hand is in fact an acknowledgement of the harmony of the relationship between the prosperity of money and free trade, the transition to the market and privatization on the one hand, and the growing areas of poverty, unemployment, and misery among Palestinians on the other hand. The failure of finding solutions did not prevent the adoption of free market values, the accumulation of wealth, and the strengthening of the power and influence of the Palestinian capitalist class, which refutes the claim that the priority for everyone, including those with wealth, is nationalism, knowing that the interests of the wealthy remained immune and are able to overcome difficulties. The rise of Palestinian capital in its liberal form has left a great impact on the opportunities and culture of liberation and emancipation, and that by strengthening the power of a class whose success does not depend on the success of the national liberation as much as it depends on every economy, that therefore the functional trade-off could not have been more clear between increase in capital consumption and class formation on the one hand and the decline of the homeland Palestine and political program on the other. Yes, Palestinians may not have a homeland or a state or sovereignty that they can enjoy, but it's clear that their wealthy class has a capitalism that has enriched them as an existence. Out of the desire for active presence in the theater of conflict, the personalities from this class assumed important and sensitive positions in the organization and others. In 1964, the PLO has established the Palestinian National Fund, which became a financial ministry of Finance for the organization, with it collected donations from Palestinians and governments in the Arab League, imposing Palestine Liberation tax that formed 6% of Palestinians and managed the organization's investments. And Abdul Hamid Shuman, the founder of Arab Bank, was appointed as the first head of this fund. And this was an indicator of the depth of relationship between the PLO and the sons of this wealthy class, which enabled the Arab Bank to later to mediate between the organization and the Jordanian king in the early 70s to end the conflict between the two parties. The mentioned bank also provided financial loans to the PLO and Jordan more than once to get them out of their financial crisis. People from this class also carried out political mediation in favor of the PLO, which made some from Fatah movement consider that this is a national class and part of the liberation project, presuming it contradicts with colonialism. Through that presence, the relationship between that class and political elite overlapped and even so that its representatives mediate between the PLO and the Jordanian regime in the early 70s, as I mentioned. And also some from that class have, like Hasib Sabbar, head of the Consolidated Contractors Company, have mediated between the PLO's leadership and administration of Ronald Reagan, has led to a series of dialogue between the organization and the United States, and had led to the famous Reagan statement that was issued in December 14, 1988, which stipulated the acceptance of that PLO acceptance of Security Resolution Council 242 and 338, and the PLO's recognition of Israel's rights to exist and the condemnation of terrorism as understood and seen by Reagan's administration. That this dialogue between the organization and the U.S. represented the public beginning, or the public just adopt a new approach described as pragmatic, wiser, and led to to falling in the trap of Oslo. The indulgence of personalities from this class with this concern of the PLO is only part of the story that is not complete unless we point out that there is a large segment of the wealthy Palestinians who devote themselves exclusively to their own investments and achieved high profits, while the entirety of Palestinians inside and the diaspora suffered poverty and destitution, where they are, the need for economic support, research, cultural and media centers and institutions, hospitals, universities, and the national tourist companies with the purpose of strengthening their steadfastness and supporting their struggle against occupier. Among these rich people are the sons of some families like Said Khouri, Abu Khater, Qarqash, Abdulatif Jamil, Masri Asfour, Abu Ghazale, Irani, Tawfiq George, Al-Bandak, Alex George, Ismail Kuzarour, Jamjoom, and others. The Oslo stage came as a qualitative and important shift in the course of the development of this class, as it became able to exercise its economic activities freely and conveniently within the framework of neoliberal determinants stipulated and blessed by the Palestinian Basic Law, where it stipulated in Article 21 that the economic system in Palestine is based on the principles of a free economy and ensures a critical role for the private sector and the capitalist elite in determining the structure and function of the Palestinian Authority, and ensures its deepening the dependence on external support. In parallel, the Palestinian Authority has embarked on institutional, political, and security legal reforms to enhance transparency in public finances, efficiency, and improvement of services and public utilities. Based on the Washington Consensus, which provided for curbing government interferences in the economy and unleashing all market potentials. This trend has raised and continues to raise a lot of astonishment because it stems from a problematic assumption that sees the essence of the problem of the Palestinian economy and the occupation is the excessive government intervention to control commercial and financial matters, not only the occupation and its annexation policies. Meanwhile, these reforms promoted economic openness, the establishment of market rules, and privatization, which stimulated the capitalist class to benefit from them to enhance their economic partnerships and maximize profit opportunities. This new environment produced a strong alliance between the owners of money and the political and security elites, which has a profound negative impact on the Palestinian economy and society in general. Wealth and power were concentrated in the hands of a few who deviated the national project from its liberation compacts after it is included within the scope and this in light of this trinity. Political tyranny arose and strengthened, and monopolies were entrenched and ways to protect them. This came through laws enacted such as the Investment Promotion Law 1998 and the Commercial Agents Business Regulation Law 2000 for the year 2000. These laws have reinforced the influence and dominance of capital in public affairs to serve its interests and not to build an economy that carries the heavy weight of liberation and emancipation from the colonizer. The rise of these strata in the ladder of capital and power in the neoliberal form had a severe negative impact on the chances of defeating the occupation. After economic activity dominated the national economy, marginalized and excluded after the country became run and versed by real as if a commodity or a bank loan. And after the policy was transferred to a space of inclusion and exclusion and tyranny for all. So from what we see that there are repercussions of all what the above on the crisis of the PLO, and this have of course represented an important arena of the activity of the Palestinian capitalist class. It was able to strongly influence its visions and strategies and its of overall regional, global, and internal relations. This class has succeeded in marginalizing the revolutionary contents in the thought and structure of the PLO. Structure its imprints on Palestinian nationalism so that the latter becomes just a foundational formula for an independent state governed by a market and profit in which capital, privatization, and foreign trade reign. And it lives in harmony and peace with other countries, including Israel and its friends. Second, it's also clear that the transfer of political weight from the PLO to power was accompanied by a parallel transfer of the weight, influence, and impact of the business class and the owners of monopolies and major commercial projects. But this time, within the framework of the internationally supported Palestinian Authority, and that's limited to the framework and partnerships of the political and security elites. This enabled the Trinity to acquire wealth and power. The shift in the center of gravity not outside or from the PLO power has coincided with the noticeable decline of the representative institutions of PLO, those bodies that are supposed to give legitimacy to the leadership of PLO as the centers and the executive committee. In return for the decline, the role of the presidency has been strengthened. The authority of the president when all executive entry and the people governed by presidential decrees with a few influential who work behind the curtains. They are called the stakeholders, private projects, businessmen, bank managers, leaders, members of central committee, and so on. It's also not all organizations, populations, and popular committees to go while the presence of the newly formed neoliberal platforms. Nothing works seems to go studying business, society, of the union construction and companies and others related to authorities and last the company fund it's in the being today from the Ministry of Municipal and the foreign support authority to ensure his control over it and has kept the fund under his exclusive control to enhance its centralization and to enable it to be used as a tool to punish Palestinian factions when they disagree with him, as happened when the allocations of the popular and democratic fronts that they received from the National Fund for the for the PLO as founding factions of the organization were suspended. In front of everything that was mentioned in this infringement, the question remains, what is the use of maintaining a PLO that has been corrupt by political money and has itself become in their need of liberation that is now false witness of what was happening. Why is it? Why should PLO be kept and maintained? Who that needs the most to be liberated?
Thank you for this important review that reviewed how influential the elite at the PLO are influentials, which has had a role in the overall crisis of this organization, PLO. Now we move to the next presentation by Mr. Sam Al-Hajj Hussein, titled Corruption in Managing Palestinian Natural Resources, the Role of the Israeli Occupation. Mr. Sam Al-Hajj Hussein is the CEO of Amman Coalition, He joined Amman in 2002. Now he has been there 20 years. He has a master's degree in democracy and human rights from Birzeit University, and he has accumulated experience in different areas related to integrity, combating corruption, and in good governance in different areas. Mr. Hassan can provide us with the practical aspects. Thank you. Good evening. As Dr. mentioned, I'll address combating corruption and managing Palestinian resources and how the Israeli policies contributed to corrupting this management, particularly at the early days of the Palestinian Authority. I would like to point out at the start that the most important Palestinian such resources are the oil and gas, communication frequencies, water, Dead Sea minerals, renewable energy, electricity, land, state land. In fact, the owner of all these resources are the Palestinian people, and on behalf of them, the PA runs it for them or manages it for them. These resources are greater than the salaries and spending of the Palestinian Authority. So it is a very rich one or source for corruption if not connected with a number of legislations to prevent conflict of interest or hegemony in managing it and using it for not for the public interest or for certain interests. And the last paper will speak on water, so I will not go into water, but it's enough to mention that water sector is one of the strategic aspects. That the Israeli occupation has always controlled through a number of economic and colonial measures and procedures. Controlling water resources also have political ends related to forcing Palestinians to leave their land. It's not a secret that most of the natural resources that I have mentioned are under the control of Israeli occupation based on the agreement signed with Israel, with occupation, especially underground water, frequencies, electricity, and stone quarries. Part of these, or all of them, all of their parts are partially or completely run by the Palestinian Authority. And based on the agreements with the Israeli occupation, the occupation ensured any measure in managing these Palestinian resources. And based on all the Israeli economic and business measures, in general, these are subjected to the Israeli security sector decisions. Now I'll speak about the Palestinian management to these resources by the Palestinian Authority, directly or indirectly. There are a number of indicators on the issue of integrity and transparency. But before I go into any details in diagnosing the situation, today we are very far away from implementing integrity principles in managing these resources. The reason my intervention will extend to the extension to what was mentioned by Dr. Basson as related to the crisis that he spoke about. This regime or system before Oslo was designed and it moved along with the movement of PLO leaders to the Palestinian Authority. And this clientism, if you wish, continued until this day. So the concept of public resources and managing public resources has not changed in spite of transforming from revolutionary legitimacy, where there is part of which is confidential and secret, but the same thinking, the same mindset moved even after this continued, even after they moved to the constitutional legitimacy. So the leadership of the PA in its early days understood the need for additional income resources other than those provided by the donor countries, and that are not subject to monitoring. They need income other than that from the donor countries, and that is not subject to any monitoring. So the PA, and before the establishment of the Legislative Council, before endorsing any laws and legislations, and even before it moved to the first year, they directly negotiated with some businessmen to give franchise contracts, such as and communication with the interest and influential in the PA. During the PA 90% to negotiate this and control the files. So Russia did research and manage information also stock market under the laws of the leverage having scheduled some regular and officials and so on. The project council. So this is very as very such so these functions and to control the final potential experience. This allows for second argument and plus protecting them to the area such as electricity and installation and it is 99 franchise or the number of great questions. It is a financial attention to the good service and the standards of access for major tasks and modifying attentions and practices. At the strong protection and the price the working additional resources for the other even that the telecom company has around $100 million a year. And this is as a result of an individual negotiating with this investor. One man show, one single person negotiating with them and giving them franchise. There was not a clear estimation, understanding to this sector and its significance and importance. The other thing I'll try to sum up. Giving franchise during the first stage, early days of the PA, did not take into consideration integrity. Certain actors in the PA executive officials took control in the absence of the Legislative Council, and even after establishing the Legislative Council. There are a number of legislations issued by the Legislative Council where the private sector stopped their implementation, and I mentioned them. This is due to the influence of these capacities such as electricity, water, and telecommunication, and the absence of the legal framework continuing to be absent. The President issued a decree law to establish the Electricity Commission or Organization Commission 2009, but the decision has never been implemented because this contradicted with the interests of those influentials. This was in 2009. What is the other means? The other means, there were files, not institutions. Some institutions established to manage the state resources, such as the Petroleum Commission, the Energy Authority. So they completed control over these resources by controlling the appointment of the heads of these commissions. All the appointments were done by the head of the Palestinian Authority. And usually it is from among those close to the private sector or those influentials who negotiated with the Israeli side. So the appointments were not subject to competitiveness, but rather dictated ones. The most dangerous thing in natural resources was the policy of mandating an individual to manage, which led to more corruption and helped the Israeli occupation to influence this individual in different ways. And this person was affecting the policies of the Palestinian Authority in managing the Palestinian resources. One person in charge of that file, negotiating with Israel, affected by Israel, and Israel would provide him with some thing like, let's say, bribes or relations with the Israeli private sector. And a large number of such individuals practiced their authorities as mandated to change or amend the policies sometimes officials in Israel deliberately corrupted Palestinian officials in charge of certain files. I repeat, any business relation with the Palestinian side is subject to the consent of the Israeli security level. Since the Palestinian territory is subject to the Israeli military control, and those close to the Palestinian officials at the ministries of economy, ministry of finance, and the president's office, in charge of managing natural resources, they transferred part of these resources, transferred them from, instead of going to the treasury, to their own accounts, as happened with the petroleum. Some of them managed that and also gained illicit gains. And here the petroleum file, it is one of the major resources for the Palestinian Authority. This file brings around $1 billion a year to the Palestinian treasury, around 1/3 of the public budget. Although, because of the customs file and the Paris Protocol of all from the 0.71 shekel, and to which a series of taxes and other with the shekel for the file. Mr. Finance includes the sources of shares more than 1 million rate. The other military holding is costing more than 1.5 million. And could not tell the by the cost. They have allow access to the publish the data because revealing these agreements were revealed from 10 negotiation and there are fisheries they will be revealed. It is a vector of political and appointment senior positions in the state are connected to this principle. Even management of the Palestinian natural resources, petroleum, telecommunication, resources in general, not only appointment, but also quotas, like you have this file and you have take this file and so forth, between Palestinian influentials. And all of that coupled with poor efficiency in the official monitoring and oversight. At the end, I'd like to make a final question. One of the most dangerous corruption cases was the Harbi Sarsour one in petroleum. The prosecution estimated that he took money in million. Trial. I mean, he was sentenced to 2 years only. The question, stealing all these amounts, why to imprison him for 2 years only? I have the answer, but thank you.
Has crawled into those individuals who are powerful people from the Palestinian bureaucracy and along with the private sector and the Israeli, some from the Israeli entity that had an impact on the political livelihood in Palestine, and were some of the reasons that led to this difficult political situation we're in, and the difficult performance that the Palestinian Authority has come to. Thank you, Mr. Isam. Now we move on to our third speaker, and it seems that that are related that are not related to corruption, political corruption and economic corruption, are not only related to what was stipulated in the Palestinian Authority. But also with the opposition, the political Islamic political opposition. We now listen to Mr. Araib Ramtawi. Mr. Araib Ramtawi is the head of the Jerusalem Studies for Political Studies. He's one of the most prominent analysts in the regional affairs in its dimension, political and economic dimensions. He's a political analyst and analyst and writer at the Stewart University, and he was a correspondent for a number of newspapers and news agencies. Mr. Arif Arrantoui, so we have him with us remotely and via Zoom. We have 20 minutes. Thank you, Dr. Ras. Thank you, Bezet University and Muwatin Institute for giving me the chance to speak out to you. I believe this has the three main reasons. On political Islam, addressing political Islam in Jordan is something that is surrounded by secrecy, lots of secrecy and confidentiality, and it's very difficult to access data and information that it's the deep secrecy, and even when there's starting to be the status quo government in Gaza, they keep their activities also by the budgets, the incomes, the revenues, the expenditure also are confidential. So this is an element that makes research in such a topic something very challenging, and because of the different resources. So I will limit my speech today about Hamas, which is the core of this grant, and what applies to Hamas applies to a big extent to the other factions that are less of weight or are less influential. The variation of the sources of these forces, and unlike what's happening in the PNA or Fatah or other Palestinian factions, are still these forces are still depending a lot on informal financial networks and parties forces or is in numbers and data expenditures. These forces and don't gain one strength from their support and accordingly the level from the before we get into details, there is all the changes that the need to plan for three main comments that we will see during the different stages that these parties have undergone at the different stages for the funding, expenditure, and the types of research and investment, and in raising the investment level, and noting that these movements are treated themselves as secret movements, as happens in the Palestinian factions, and this will govern a lot the scope of their work and the scope of their funding. The first is related to how are they regarded? These movements, do they have an economic hypothesis that is limited to them? So this is the question, because of all what is being said about religious thesis or economic thesis is could be only called as marketing, and that's not fundamental. I believe what is said by Islamic economic or Islamic theory in Islam is just a variation of the capitalism theory, and it was mentioned in the speeches that said before, even with the about banks that take interest and endowment and to have Islamic banking, Islamic endowment. This is only propaganda and no more. And even Al-Azhar Sheikh said that commercial banks are or a big base where these movements can move freely and benefit widely. The second point is the difficulty to separate between what is religious and which is political in the activities of these movements. This have given a wide spectrum of dialogue. The movements of Islam, political Islam, political Islam in the 40s and 50s. Of the last century, when they started to maintain or control a big space at the same time, and this is not also it means, and they took a big margin, which means that if we go back to the beginnings of Hamas, it was established at the beginning according based on a big pyramid of religious funds and movements. So they were empires, economic, social, financial empires with supported by the Islamic Brotherhood, and when the Jordanian kingdom, Hashemite kingdom, set its hand on the fund after it was the second biggest fund and after the Social Security Fund. The same goes for West Bank and Gaza and Israel, despite the occupation that started 1967 to now in Gaza. It has following the Islamic Brotherhood in Bank and Gaza, we all know. On the enemy is like anywhere PLA with its different factions. They were Fatah or the that is in the PLO. They put themselves as which from the residential and their villages in all the Arab world, religious, political, which ended at some point, and I will start that this a solid structure like in Egypt. This was apartheid state in many areas and social aspects. And you remember of Cairo, how was the presence of Israel afterwards and its implications of the government itself and its strong bureaucracy without the Islamic Center, which is considered the second biggest fund in Jordan. It's with the they keep on going we always see in up on what could be referred as Islamic politics. It's the confusing relationship with the power, with the national power, which is and by other brothers as baby of that's why it's very difficult to talk about this of us locally, probably even the charms and financial it goes to America and it does not end. This is not by coincidence. The USA is the question of the check that was sponsored by regarding the huge financial movements that is financial arm of the Islamic the main purpose to support us with its daily He's examining campaigns that PNA for the division happened between the authority and Gaza, claiming to drive the resources and other slogans that the Palestinian Authority have led its war against all these arms, and as we said, that they include lots of structure in this regard. Hamas, we can say it has undergone 5 stages. The first is a foundation until the eruption of, so, and it is also it's based on these local networks that are supported regionally, of course. But Hamas was until then was not known for its dependence on the financing, external financing, who are many, of course. And they come from different regional camps that are contradicting facts, but but it was clear that Hamas had started looking for areas for foreign investments, and Saudi Arabia was the preferred client in regarding having, it was the phase between the PNA's 1994 and the Israeli withdrawal from Gaza in 2005. This phase has witnessed the increase in competitiveness between Hamas and the PNA, and Hamas has succeeded in its operations in West Bank and 1948 lands in its suicidal operations, formed a real challenge for the PNA, and to disrupt its expansion, which made some regional forces note that this ascending movement has raised the funding for it, and this support had multiplied in an unprecedented way until we reach the third phase, which is after the withdrawal and the elections and the control of Hamas on Gaza. This here we know that this phase have seen strong leaps in the capacities of Hamas, its financial and economic resources, especially in an investigative report that was published by a German newspaper that Hamas's time from 2005 to 2010 has increased, multiplied by 13 times, that have exceeded more than $40 million, from $40 million annually to $500 million annually, which was a very important and significant phase in the development of Hamas and its financial strength specifically. The fourth, and here I want to mention the fourth phase. It's when it starts with the Arab Spring movements. And here Hamas is distinguished with 2 points. First of all, its relationship with Iran, and especially after the Arab Spring has affected Syria, and Hamas was ousted from Damascus to Doha and then to Cairo during the escalation of Islamic Brotherhood in Cairo. So this is where the retreat of the Israeli support was seen, and it did not stop, but it was recessed, and it was about $100 million used to be pumped to the Azzuddin al-Qassam. So these have retreated. In this time, Hamas was able to overcome this or compensate this financial support and facilitations it used to receive. At least under the Morsi's regime and the existence of Islamic Brotherhood and the chaos situation in the Sinai neighboring desert. So there were differences in about 100 to 8 from $800 annually that the from the retreat of insurance support from agency Saudi to Turkey. So the transport to Turkey and a bit to Malaysia and Sudan was really all places that there was a main resource of financial support, economic resource. Iran has established some of its financial arms industries, had a condition on al-Bashir to secure these military factories in Sudan to stop. And we know that Israel has tried to stop this. This phase will be known for the emergence of a big polar that includes Egypt, UAE, Saudi, including Mohammed bin Salman, and support of some capitals like Jordan and other capitals who were opposing this movement as a sign of their opposition to Islamic dominancy. This was a hard stage that Hamas has encountered. It was could be one of the most difficult stages, and this stage. I just would like to say that you're about to finish. Anyway, I'm going to summarize, and it used into managing the needs of people, but Hamas at all, and that was very clear in all the budgets that were analyzed in some reports, that Hamas's resources are used to Hamas, and the resources to Gaza. It can use like 200 million to spend on others, on people in Gaza. From the crisis, things of crisis that Gaza is, that Hamas is facing, it's the Abu Ubaida's call, the spokesperson of Hamas through Telegram application to donate for Hamlet through Bitcoin. And as you know, these are nobody. They are ambiguous currencies, and there is appreciations that such processes can provide to Hamas big amounts of funds because there are no serious risks in to expose who are the donors or the finances. So this is. There's an open campaign now about all this issue. I don't want to, I wanted to talk about the disparities. How did Hamas and Fatah manage this file? But I will just mention that there is the separation between this movement and movement. There is corruption within Hamas, but it is much less than what is acknowledged by the for the PNA or for the and especially the Hamas in investing, as we say, and if we say the resources and of course most investments had and when it happened when Hamas $1 billion was more intention in for that action and the idea of Islam for things that have made sustainability for investments and there is a that are able to really number of aspects and funds and very
right for the so this mission, beside being important, it is a brave one. Thank you. And it is a contribution to enriching this conference and give some balance as well. Thank you. Now we move to discussion. If we have any questions or interventions by those here or through Zoom, Q&A in Zoom. The floor is yours, ma'am. This is it. Yasmin Abu Shkhedem, thank you. My question is to Mr. Isam. I noticed two things that you mentioned. The first, you are speaking about the role of occupation and the corruption and resource management. Did you, were you unable to, because time finished before you were able to speak about it, or you were intending to speak about their role through the PA? The second point that you spoke about clientism as part of corruption. But we understand that without this, we cannot have an authority because the authority gets its legitimacy from people. So to fight the scenario, do you have an example without this for an authority without this principle? Should we answer the question? Go ahead. Thank you. My question My name is Nafi Hadra. I'd like to speak about what Dr. Bassem mentioned. That is the role of the bourgeois in national liberation. There are literatures that pointed out that at the Palestinian level, this is the role of the bourgeois has not changed in post-Oslo, but rather their role has been historical even since the British mandate. There is a contribution by Mona Yunus, a comparative study between Palestine and South Africa, where she pointed out to the role called duplicity, as if this duplicity role played by the Palestinian bourgeois in its relation with the British mandate and the Palestinian public. And her argument in one of the chapters that whenever there were strong public action, the Palestinian bourgeois usually sided with the national. But in other times, when there is not such a strong action or activism, they used to serve their interests with the British mandate. She pointed out to this duplicit role. And also there was a discussion, intervention, I don't know, I shared it with, I think Dr. Mother can speak about it, because at that time, it's not duplicit. When there were some revolutionary thing, maybe the argument here is this is a historical role. And the historical thing is that their role is not only Palestine, but it is international. Especially after the Palestinian national liberation, the group of Pakistan, their role was the same role of colonization. Australia's contributions in he wrote an article called The Myth of National Bourgeoisie. They spoke about the myth of their speech where they portray themselves as having a national role. I don't know how this can relate to your presentation. Thank you. This is a important comment speaking of the role of the bourgeois. And this is an international phenomenon in Palestine, not only in Palestine. When people listen to our response to those questions, the first is and the second question I mentioned the influence on the policies of the Palestinian Authority in managing the natural resources by influencing those related to that. For instance, there are certain mandates by the chairman of the PA to manage certain files and also economic consultants to be subject to influence by the media occupation in different answering the requests of many things. They were bought in and they were asked to influence the policy of the role of the occupation was to counterbalance the policy of the VA as for elitism and the legitimacy and access to decision-making process either through general or other institutions. Palestinian situation elections are on hold since so many years. So after 2010, so 11 years. So this is a way to control these decision-making positions. And clientism is appointment of supporters of the current regime in these institutions. Through these supporters affiliated with it, you can control the decision-making process in these institutions. So there's no relation between legitimacy and clientism. Clientism is through legitimacy or appointment. Dr. Bassem? Thank you, Nadia. I agree with you that the argument and discussion around the role of the bourgeois, especially in the liberation stage for a certain society, is an issue because the bourgeois is looking for some level of liberation. liberation, and liberation, everyone is looking for liberation. And at the end of the day, it's a conflict or struggle around the meaning of this liberation, its specification, and its cost. And the Palestinian national bourgeoisie is by joining the economy
Organization for more than 50 years, so if he can, whether Wallace
Can you unmute? Yes, thank you, Douglas. And I made a
not so much over value, but you have to say this in Palestine and the Middle East. So because of time, I couldn't participate and hear many of conversations today, but I enjoyed the last conversation, the last presentation, participation of the audience, and I was very pleased to see that two of the questions were by females, because I think that this, I mean, we are in the planet today, not just in the Middle East, but in Europe, in United States, in China, we are living in a patriarchal culture. And in a patriarchal culture, we have patriarchal nation state. You in detail, but I will address the nation state, and I would like to mention it at the beginning. So I would like to start with sharing a couple of slides. I don't know if I have, and I have I can share. Yeah, I can share. Okay, now this is the, okay. All right. Let me just organize this a little bit better. Okay, the question of the problem of Palestine in the colonial horizon of modernity, that is the overall theme of my presentation. And when I talk about colonial horizon of modernity, I start in